I think Walt Brown has the best theory on continental drift. Let me play this for you real quickly. This is what's called the hydroplate theory by Dr. Brown. To me, it answers a lot of questions.
We can see on our planet 17 very strange features that can now be systematically explained as a result of a cataclysmic global flood whose waters erupted from subterranean chambers with an energy release exceeding the explosion of 10 billion hydrogen bombs. This explanation shows us just how rapidly major mountains formed. It explains the coal and oil deposits, rapid continental drift, why ocean floors have huge trenches and hundreds of canyons and volcanoes. It explains the formation of the layered strata and most of the fossil record, the so-called ice ages, and major land canyons, especially the Grand Canyon. The pre-flood Earth probably had one very large supercontinent containing lush vegetation, seas, rivers, and minor mountains. According to the hydroplate theory, the pre-flood Earth had a lot of subterranean water, about half of what is now in our oceans. This water was in interconnected chambers forming a thin spherical shell about half a mile thick, perhaps 10 miles below the Earth's surface. Increasing pressure in the subterranean water chamber stretched the overlying crust just as a balloon stretches when the pressure inside increases. Failure in the crust began with a microscopic crack which grew in both directions at about 3 miles per second. The crack, following the path of least resistance, encircled the globe in about 2 hours. As the crack raced around the Earth, the overlying crust opened up like a rip in a tightly stretched cloth. The subterranean water was under extreme pressure because of the weight of the 10 miles of rock pressing down on it. So the water exploded violently out of the rupture. Calculations show that all along this globe-encircling crack, fountains of water jetted supersonically over 20 miles into the atmosphere. The spray from this enormous fountain produced torrential rains such as the Earth has never experienced before or after. The Bible states that all the fountains of the great deep burst open on one day. And it describes these events about 4,500 years ago, which we can now tie together scientifically in cause and effect order as the hydroplate theory. The fountains of the great deep and the expanding steam produced violent winds, some of the water jetting high above the cold stratosphere froze into supercooled ice crystals and produced some massive ice dumps, burying, suffocating, and instantly freezing many animals. The high-pressure fountains eroded the rock on both sides of the crack and even threw up the limy contents of many pre-flood seas. Huge volumes of sediments settled out of this muddy water all over the Earth. These sediments trapped and buried plants and animals, forming the fossil record. The flooding uprooted vegetation, moving it to regions where it accumulated and quickly became coal and oil by processes we can duplicate in the laboratory today. Experiments show that as erosion widened the rupture, its width became so great that the compressed rock beneath the subterranean chamber sprung upward, giving birth to the mid-oceanic ridge that wraps around the Earth like the seam of a baseball. The continental plates, the hydroplates, still with lubricating water beneath them, slid downhill away from the rising mid-Atlantic ridge. After the massive, slowly accelerating continental plates reached speeds of about 45 miles an hour, they ran into resistances, compressed, crushed, thickened, and buckled. The portions of the hydroplates that buckled up formed mountains. Those that buckled down formed ocean trenches. This is why these features are generally parallel to the oceanic ridges from which they slid. The hydroplates, in sliding away from the oceanic ridges, opened up very deep ocean basins into which the floodwaters retreated. Every continental basin was naturally left brimful of water, producing many post-flood lakes. Each lake that grew from rainfall or drainage from higher elevations spilled over its rim at the lowest point of the rim. That eroded a little notch in the rim, allowing even more water to flow through the notch faster, cutting the soft flood-deposited sediments even deeper. This process accelerated until all the lake's water dumped through a very deep slit, forming a canyon. The largest of these was the Grand Canyon. North and east of the Grand Canyon was a huge lake that I have identified and named Grand Lake. Its dumping released more water than is in all 5 of the Great Lakes combined. Grand Lake spilled over its rim, eroded its dam, 20 miles south of Page, Arizona, catastrophically forming the Grand Canyon within a few weeks.
There. That is Walt Brown's hydroplate theory, which to me makes the most sense of anything I've seen. It explains several things. If the crack would widen around the mid-Atlantic ridge as the water is shooting out, it's going to spread out, allowing the basalt underneath to bulge up, which is precisely what happens. As the basalt bulges up, it's going to get cracks in it, and it's also going to slide the superimposing plates away from them. They're going to slide and run into something else, and it would explain the compressed mountains we see in, for instance, British Columbia, where the mountains are smashed from the end. I mean, the wrinkles go up and down. The mountain it's like somebody pushed carpet up against the wall, causing it to wrinkle. I think Christians need to have an answer for those kind of things, and this is one of the possible answers. When the basalt cracked, the water would rush into the crack, cooling it down, and cool rock holds a magnetic field. Hot rock will lose a magnetic field. So when they found what they said were magnetic reversals at the bottom of the ocean floor, they're actually finding the old cracks where the basalt broke, because there were going to be warmer and cooler areas from simply the water rushing in. Those cracks are probably now all full of sediments. So don't let them tell you there are magnetic reversals. There may be a few from the rocks flipping over at the flood, but I think a much better theory is the hydroplate theory. So
we can see on our planet 17 very strange features which can now be systematically explained as a result of a cataclysmic global flood whose waters erupted from subterranean chambers with an energy release exceeding the explosion of 10 billion hydrogen bombs. This explanation shows us just how rapidly major mountains formed. It explains the coal and oil deposits, the rapid continental drift, why on the ocean floor there are huge trenches and hundreds of canyons and volcanoes. It explains the formation of the layered strata and most of the fossils, the frozen mammoths, the so-called ice ages, and major land canyons, especially the Grand Canyon. The pre-flood Earth probably had only one very large supercontinent covered with lush vegetation. There were seas and major rivers. The mountains were smaller than today's, but perhaps 9,000 feet high. According to the hydroplate theory, the pre-flood Earth had a lot of subterranean water, about half of what is now in our oceans. This water was contained in interconnected chambers, forming a thin spherical shell, about half a mile thick, perhaps 10 miles below the Earth's surface. Increasing pressure in the subterranean water stretched the crust just as a balloon stretches when the pressure inside increases. Failure in the crust began with a microscopic crack which grew in both directions at about 3 miles per second. The crack, following the path of least resistance, encircled the globe in about 2 hours. As the crack raced around the Earth, the overlying rock crust opened up like a rip in a tightly stretched cloth. The subterranean water was under extreme pressure because of the weight of the 10 miles of rock pressing down on it. So the water exploded violently out of the rupture. All along this globe-encircling rupture, fountains of water jetted supersonically almost 20 miles into the atmosphere. The spray from this enormous fountain produced torrential rains, such as the earth has never experienced before or after. The Bible states that all the fountains of the great deep burst open on one day. And it describes these events about 5,000 years ago, which we can now tie together scientifically. Some of the water jetting high above the cold stratosphere goes into supercooled ice crystals and produce some massive ice dumps, burying, suffocating, and instantly freezing many animals, including the frozen mammoths of Siberia and Alaska. The high-pressure fountains eroded the rock on both sides of the crack, producing huge volumes of sediments that settled out of this muddy water all over the earth. These sediments trapped and buried plants and animals, forming the fossil record. This erosion widened the rupture. Eventually, the width was so great that the compressed rock beneath the subterranean chamber sprung upward, giving birth to the mid-oceanic ridge that wraps around the earth like the seam of a baseball. The continental plates, the hydroplates, still with lubricating water beneath them, slid downhill away from the rising mid-Atlantic ridge. After the massive, slowly accelerating continental plates reached speeds of about 45 miles per hour, they ran into resistances, compressed, and buckled. The portions of the hydroplate that buckled down formed ocean trenches. Those that buckled upward formed mountains. This is why the major mountain chains are parallel to the oceanic ridges from which they slid. The hydroplates, in sliding away from the oceanic ridges, opened up very deep ocean basins into which the floodwaters retreated. On the continents, each bowl-shaped depression or basin was naturally left brimful of water, producing many post-flood lakes.
The demonstrations you have just witnessed of a massive worldwide catastrophe in antiquity supports the biblical story of the deluge in every detail.
Let's compare the biblical flood to the leading flood myth, the Epic of Gilgamesh. In 1853, archaeologists found a series of 12 tablets dated to around 650 BC, although parts of the story existed in earlier fragmentary versions. Because the story had many of the same elements as the Genesis account, skeptics believed that Gilgamesh preceded the biblical account, negating the Genesis account as just a spin-off. Fortunately for Christians, however, there are major clues that point to the biblical account as the accurate one, and Gilgamesh as a later work of fiction that incorporated legendary elements of a flood within a cultural fantasy. Here are the reasons why. First, we have the feasibility of the Gilgamesh version of the Ark, described as a massive, unstable cube that was about 200 feet on each side with 6 decks that divided it into 7 parts. Along with help from the community and craftsmen, he supposedly built this vessel, which was over 3 times the size of the biblical Ark, in just a week. How would something like this fare during a catastrophic worldwide flood? It would obviously tumble, killing or maiming its passengers. That's obviously quite different than the biblical Ark, which had a 7-to-1 length-to-width ratio, which is very similar to many of today's ocean barges, making a feasible design for staying afloat during the flood. Scripture provides clues that Noah and helpers likely had between 55 and 75 years to build the ark. The second key for determining which of these flood accounts is the original is the duration of the flood provided by each. The Gilgamesh flood lasted a mere 6 days, whereas the Genesis flood lasted 371 days. Both accounts claim the flood was worldwide. But how could water cover Earth in just 6 days? A floating 200 by 200 foot cube and 6 days for worldwide inundation certainly stretch credulity. The next consideration is the reasons for the flood given by each of the 2 accounts. In the Genesis account, God's judgment is just. He was patient with utterly wicked mankind for 120 years before sending the flood, and showed mercy to the last righteous family. In the Gilgamesh account, the flood was ordered by multiple self-centered squabbling gods that were starving without humans to feed them sacrifices. These 2 are quite different. Finally, there are several other parts of the Gilgamesh account that are obviously mythical, such as Gilgamesh being 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal. After oppressing his people, Gilgamesh and others called upon the gods, and the sky god Anu creates a wild man named Enkidu to fight Gilgamesh. The battle is a draw, and they become friends. Gilgamesh apparently also encounters talking monsters and a scorpion man in his journeys. Many myths are based on historical accounts, but they get embellished over time, becoming more and more mythical as the story is repeated over generations. This is exactly what we see with flood myths like Gilgamesh. They take the original historical account, the biblical flood, and grow it into a mythical, interesting story over time. For example, the earlier version of the Gilgamesh flood account clearly identifies the flood as a local river flood, with the dead bodies of humans filling the river like dragonflies, and moving to the edge of the boat like a raft, and moving to the riverbank like a raft. Centuries later, this gets exaggerated into a global worldwide flood, where humans killed in the flood fill the sea like a spawn of fish. Both accounts have a god or gods that are sending judgment, describe a worldwide inundation, have an ark built to specific dimensions that are loaded with surviving humans and animals, and land just a few hundred miles apart from each other after using birds as a test to find dry land. Myths often grow from being historical to being more mythical, but they almost never develop in the reverse, becoming more truthful and accurate over time. While these accounts mirror each other in so many ways, which account is the original historical one? The feasible one, of course. While both accounts describe plenty of divine intervention, only the biblical ark's size, shape, function, build time, and flood duration makes sense. Let's see what Dr. Randall Price, distinguished research professor and curator at Liberty Biblical Museum, has to say about this topic.
What extra biblical text would you say substantiate the flood account in Genesis 6 through 9?
Well, let's work our way backwards. We can start with all the church fathers. Every one of them mentioned the flood, and it's always a global flood. There's no example in any of them of a local flood. And then, as we move back to a first century writer like Flavius Josephus, who wrote for the Romans, he's writing a history of the Jewish people, primarily to impress the Romans because they defeated the Jewish people. It makes them look greater if they defeated a great people. But he's going into the details, and he talks about that in this place where the ark landed, they call it Armenia, they say that there are people who show relics of the ark. There's at least 4 different accounts in Josephus where he says people chip off pieces of the bitumen and make amulets of it, or people are shown these things who are curious to see them, or that all the history of the barbarians, he says, he talks about Egyptian and Chaldean and Greek, all of these have similar accounts of the flood, and he said this was the same as the legislator Moses, he talks about, who wrote. Now we go back in time, and this are those barbarian accounts. We have Sumerian accounts, the Eridu, Genesis. We have the Enuma Elish. We have Atrahasis. We have the Gilgamesh epic. We now have the Simmons cuneiform tablet, or the Ark tablet, and we have the Sumerian king list. All of these mention the flood and have various details. All of them talk about the gods punishing man, and one man being chosen to bring either himself or his family, or alternately, and certainly in every case, all the animals onto a vessel to survive this flood, this punishment. And then afterward, we have various details. He sent out a dove or a raven, which is like to mention in the biblical text. Or and almost all of them, when he gets off the ark, offers a sacrifice to please the gods. Well, this is not only in the same chronological order as you have in the Bible, but it's the same unique events and details that are in the Bible. Now, all these predate the Bible, and you could accuse the Bible of copying from them, but as we mentioned earlier, the problem is the Bible comes across more simple, more historical, more believable, while these are complex myths, and they differ among themselves in those details. But where they all agree is the similar core history that must have been passed on after the flood, and as civilization spread out and generations begin to go their own way, they develop their own myths, which keep that core common history but add to it in their own direction. The Bible doesn't do it that way. It's not a perception. They're saying this is the way it happened in an orderly event. And they don't do like these others. They give you clear genealogies. They give you historical time frames. They give you dimensions and structures that are quite literal and actually work. Okay? So when you look at some of the weird proportions and things of some of these ancient Near Eastern accounts, the ark is a square box that couldn't float. It's a round type of basket that might have done this, or they all have the idea of a boat, but they're too far from the information. Whereas the biblical account gives you exact dimensions of something that is hydrodynamically stable, that will fit what it claims. It's no comparison when we come to those things.
Jesus taught about a real flood and compared it to what the end times will be like. Jesus warned, "But of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be." Because Jesus stood firmly on the historicity of the flood and likened it to end times, the two go hand in hand. If the Genesis flood never happened, we have no foundation for believing in the rest of what Jesus said, including his second coming. At least for Christians, Matthew alone should destroy the flood as myth idea. Looking back through history, there are actually hundreds of flood accounts, and the similarity between these accounts and the Genesis flood are uncanny. Most of them seem to draw from the same common themes: judgment from God, a family chosen to preserve humanity, and loading animals. The early Chinese certainly seem to have Genesis and the flood in mind when they invented written language.
Together with the Jews, Chinese is one of the earliest and the oldest enduring civilizations. It has a 4,500 years of unbroken history. Every Chinese word not only expresses a meaning, it captures a history. Every character tells a story. And that the Chinese people were the descendants of the Tower of Babel. They were the descendants of Noah. Surely they want to record all these global cataclysmic events. So I'm going to show you that all these global events were documented in Chinese history. Now notice, watch everybody.
每一个人仔细看啊，
God took clay to,
神拿了尘土起来，
he breathed with his mouth
用口吹气进去，
on two people. One is a man, 人.
两个人身上，一个是一个人呐、男人，
Out of his side came forth a woman
从他身旁出来了女人，
and put them in a garden.
把他们放在这个范围里。
That's how you got the word garden. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, "Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die." So God stopped them,
神拦阻他们，
prohibited them.
禁止他们。
Now, to forbid in Chinese is this word 禁. Now, how do you write the word 禁? Now look, God put them in a garden. You have trees.
神给他们放在园子里面，有这个树林在，
He gave them a revelation. 启示。
还把启示告诉他们这个柿子。
是。God gave them revelation about the tree.
神给他们这树木的启示，
Don't you eat it.
不要吃哦，
If you eat it, you will die.
你吃的话必定死。
Why were there two trees?
为什么放两棵树呢？
Because there was a tree of life and a tree of knowledge of good and evil. Genesis chapter 3 verse 1 now. Now the serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. Now, what is the word tempter in Chinese? The person who gives temptation. It's this word. Look. Now, how do you write the word more? One guy came to man,
他来找人了，那个儿子
secretly.
私下的
This is the word.
私，
Si means secret.
这个私就是秘密的意思。
So this word 鬼 means devil. Where did he come?
他到哪儿去？
He came to among the trees,
他是在树林当中来的，
undercover.
在林荫之下，
He came as a tempter. So he tried to seduce Eve. Eve, eat the fruit.
夏娃吃着果子，
Eve, the Bible says, lasted after the fruit, got greedy for it. How do you write the word to last? Notice is again those three over a woman. All the story of creation was recorded in their writings. Now we come to the flood in Genesis chapter 7. So Noah with his sons, his wife, and his son's wives went into the ark because of the waters of the flood. What is the Chinese word for a big boat? 船. How do you write 船? Look, 写这里.
船这个字怎么写的？你看啊，
A 舟, a boat,
啊，这就是一艘船，舟
with 8 people, 8.
里面有8口人。
You say, why 8 people in the boat? Because chapter 7 and verse 7 says, Noah and his wife. 2 people. 3 sons, that makes it 5. And 3 daughter-in-laws, that's 8. The first time boat was used, 8 people were inside.
Where did the Chinese picture concepts come from? Why do these figures match Genesis history so clearly? Isn't it also interesting that all human history disappears about the same time as the biblical flood? Even secular school textbooks admit this. This is exactly what we would expect with civilization starting again after the flood. In summary, the Bible clearly lays out a flood account that, while miraculous, fits into history with much more believability than the mythical accounts. The ark is the only vessel in the ancient flood accounts that could have actually survived the flood. It was seaworthy and watertight, fit dimensions of many similar ships today, and could certainly hold the thousands of animal kinds necessary to blossom into the variety of animal life we see today. The obvious scars around the world also coincide well with the Bible's account, matching both the mega sequences in the geologic record and the massive worldwide fossil record, consisting of billions upon billions of animals buried in the muddy catastrophe that killed them.
When considering the reality of Noah's Ark, you've probably heard some of the skeptical questions. Like, how did Noah and his small family find and trap the animals? Then how did they transport them and house them all back on the ark? Because aren't there hundreds of millions of animal species existing on the earth? Or maybe you've heard the question, how could Noah have traveled all the way down to Australia to catch 2 koalas, then across to North America to trap 2 grizzly bears, and then down to frozen Antarctica to fetch 2 penguins? Though these questions are common, here is the problem. The scenario described is entirely false, and it's based on misrepresentations of both the scientific and the biblical records. For some, the presentation of this scenario is an attempt to cast an air of ridiculousness on the biblical account by placing the huge burden on Noah to travel the world, to trap and transport millions upon millions of animals back to the ark. In studying the reality of the ark and its animals, we have to first base our understanding on the Bible's account.
And of every living thing of all flesh you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of the birds after their kind, of animals after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after its kind. 2 of every kind will come to you to keep them alive.
2 of every kind will come to you. The first fallacy in the skeptic scenario is that Noah did not have to worry about where to travel, what animals to trap, how to determine male and female of each species, or how to transport each of them back to the ark. The traveling was accomplished by the animals under the direction of their Creator. Whatever the geography of Earth's land masses was prior to the flood, and such a cataclysmic event, the topography was different. Noah didn't have to travel to a distant region in the south to bring back kangaroos, or to a far-off region in the east to bring back pandas. Or he didn't need to trek through some northern wilderness to bring back a host of different bird kinds. Rather, he was to prepare the ark for their shelter, the internal compartments for their dwellings, and the stores of food for survival.
Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark, and cover it inside and outside with pitch. And you shall take for yourself of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them.
The second fallacy in the skeptic's argument involves the enormous misrepresentation of the number of animals that Noah would have needed to take. While some skeptics have stated that there were hundreds of millions of species that existed, others have gone so far as to say that the fossil record documents 500 million species or more. Both of these numbers are absolutely false and demonstrate both a misrepresentation of solid scientific data and a misunderstanding of the biblical time frame. The biblical history leading back to Noah's life did not take place over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago, but only a few thousand years. And scientific studies of animal life do not document hundreds of millions of animal species, either existing or extinct. These wild extrapolations for the number of animals on Noah's Ark are derived from the assumptions of Darwinian evolution and the needed yet missing millions of transitional animal species. Even the seemingly lower figures, ranging from 3 to 10 million species, are substantially inflated beyond currently observed and cataloged species, which only number in the range of 1 to 2 million. Yet for numerous reasons that we will discuss, the number of different animal species on the ark is nowhere near hundreds of thousands, let alone millions. But let's take a moment and allow the Bible to set the boundaries for our discussion concerning the animals on the ark. Prior to the flood, God conveyed to Noah very succinctly and definitely the scope of His plan to bring a global flood on the earth, and that the ark would be a barge of salvation for both Noah's family and constituents of the animal world.
And behold, I myself am bringing floodwaters on the earth, to destroy from under heaven all flesh, in which is the breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die.
God's plan for the floodwaters was to destroy the pervasive wickedness that had consumed humanity, and in so doing also all flesh in which is the breath of life, such as birds, beasts, and creeping things. Thus the animals that came to Noah to board the ark were representative male and female pairs of only those kinds that would perish in the waters of the flood.
On the very same day Noah and Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered the ark. They and every beast after its kind, all cattle after their kind, every creeping thing that creeps on the earth after its kind, and every bird after its kind, every bird of every sort. And they went into the ark to Noah 2 by 2, of all flesh, in which is the breath of life.
Once the appointed time had arrived, the animals of each specific kind entered the ark 2 by 2, for Noah to quickly settle them into their places, then usher his family inside. Once the appropriate members of all flesh with the breath of life was on board, God closed the single door in the side of the ark, and the cataclysmic event ensued.
The waters prevailed 15 cubits upward, and the mountains were covered, and all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds and cattle and beasts, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of the Spirit of life. All that was on the dry land died.
After the torrential 40-day rains and the breaking loose of the fountains of the deep, the floodwaters covered all the mountains across the entire earth, and God's plan and preparation for the survival of life was fully realized. When reading through the Bible's account, not only are the general descriptions of land animals given, birds, cattle, beasts, and creeping things, but 3 times the Bible tells us that the animals that were either saved or destroyed had the breath of life. Thus, when we survey the modern descriptions of the kingdoms of life, the Bible's account only describes life in the kingdom of Animalia. So Noah did not have to take representatives from the kingdom of the plants, or the fungi, or the protists, or the differing types of bacteria. And despite many pages of skeptical critique, Noah did not take any aquatic animals, no algae, barnacles, clams, no fish, sharks, or even air-breathing mammals such as dolphins or whales. According to the Catalog of Life, which is an international database of taxonomy, there are just over 1 million known species of life in the kingdom of Animalia. However, of the numerous phyla in Animalia, the majority are either aquatic, such as the phyla of Cnidaria, Porifera, Echinodermata, and Bryozoa, or they are composed of creatures that do not fit the Bible's descriptions, such as mollusca, Annelida, Platyhelminthes. And in fact, over 85% of all animal species are found in the single phylum of the arthropods, which includes over 700,000 cataloged species of insects. And although we may think of insects and bugs as being creepy crawlies, they were not required passengers on the ark, because they neither fit the definition of the Hebrew word translated creeping thing, or they do not fit the description of having the breath of life in their nostrils. The phylum that contains the main classes of animals that do fit the required biblical specifications is that of the chordates. Yet even in this single phylum of approximately 66,000 species, roughly half are in the aquatic class of bony fish, which leaves approximately 31,000 species in 4 major classes fitting the Bible's description. These 4 major classes are the mammals with over 4,800 species, the birds with over 9,900 species, the amphibians with over 6,400 species, and the reptiles with almost 9,800 species. These 4 classes represent the most well-known and studied air-breathing land animals. There is one more well-known group of organisms that we have not discussed, the dinosaurs. This group of extinct animals can sometimes be missed because of the confusion that evolutionary interpretation applies. As part of God's creation, the dinosaurs were absolutely real members of the animal kingdom. Although we do not know how or when each dinosaur kind went extinct, we do know that whichever kinds were alive at the time of Noah would have been passengers on the ark if they had fit on the Bible's required characteristics. However, let's address 2 major misconceptions. First, we are usually enamored with the largest of dinosaurs, towering over us at museums. The Brachiosaurus, Argentinosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, Stegosaurus. Yet these large specimens represent only a small fraction of dinosaurs. The vast majority were actually quite small, and the average size of all dinosaurs was somewhere between a sheep and a cow. And further, this average size is for an adult dinosaur. We are not told in Scripture that the animals had to be adults, so God could have easily had younger animals and dinosaurs arrive at the ark for Noah to load. The second misconception about dinosaurs is that there were millions of different species. Just as we have discussed the reasonable numbers of animal species, the number of named dinosaur species is less than 1,000. So we can easily add to our figures 1,000 sheep-sized dinosaur kinds. So far, we have discussed the potential numbers of animals by following the species statistics of taxonomy. The modern definition of the term species can be a very controversial discussion among scientists. But the most popular definition states that a species is a group of individuals that actually or potentially interbreed in nature. In this sense, a species is the biggest gene pool possible under natural conditions. This concept, though, in its current form, has only been around for a few hundred years since the time of Carl Linnaeus, and represents modern humanity's approach to categorizing and studying life on Earth. Although the species is supposed to represent the largest pool of interbreeding organisms, there are many known exceptions to this definition. The term hybrid has been used to define an offspring from parents of separate species, and actually there are 3 different degrees of hybridization. Interspecific hybrids occur between different species that are within the same genus. Examples of this include the canine genus, where distinct species of domesticated dogs, coyotes, wolves, and jackals have been known to interbreed. There have similarly been hybrids in the genus of bears, including grizzly polar bear hybrids, seen both in the wild and captivity. Additional examples of interspecific hybrids abound between species of felines, species of geese, species of woodpeckers, gulls, finches, chickens, crocodiles, and many, many more. The second degree of hybrids that we see are intergeneric hybrids, which occur between different species that are also from different genera. Examples of this type of hybrid include members of the bovine family, specifically the interbreeding between the Bos genus, which includes yaks and domesticated cattle, with the bison genus, which includes the American and European bison. Cattle-bison hybrids have been observed naturally since the mid-1700s in the United States, and intentional crosses, such as the beefalo, have existed since the mid-1800s. Another example of the intergeneric hybrid includes various members of the duck family, specifically the interbreeding between single species containing the mallard, the baldpate, the redhead, and the wood duck. Other examples of this type include members of hummingbirds, warblers, swallows, and felines like the caracal and serval. Although rare, the final degree of hybrids are the interfamilial hybrids, which occur between different species that are not only in different genera but also in different taxonomic families. Examples of this form of hybrid exist between guinea fowl and peafowl families, between pheasant and grouse families, between the families of ducks and geese, and between the families of sparrows and finches. The important aspect to recognize concerning all of these hybrids is that even though scientists may have cataloged animals into distinct species, which in many ways is valuable, the classification still represents only a theoretical boundary that man has assigned, especially when it applies to potential interbreeding. What this means for our discussion of the animals on the ark is that the numbers of defined species we've mentioned are really upper limits, since numerous species may have been represented by a single common pair, rather than a pair from every species. This distinction acknowledges that the Bible's use of the phrase "after their kind" is not restricted to our modern term species, and in many cases probably is equivalent to a higher taxon like genus or family. For our discussion, though, we will simply use the species counts as an overestimate of the total number of animals on the ark. In addition to the common 2 of each kind, God further elaborated that each of the clean animals, Noah would take 7 of each kind on board. Though further identification of clean versus unclean is not given in the context of the flood account, the law of Moses has lengthy discussions of the qualifications of clean animal kinds. Using these as a guide, the numbers of clean animal kinds was quite restricted, so we can easily account for the additional clean animals by simply rounding our numbers up. So all in all, here are the total numbers of individual animals: 12,000 mammals, 20,000 birds, 20,000 reptiles, and 13,000 amphibians. Before loading these 65,000 individual creatures on the ark, we need to address a couple of final but key issues. First, to conveniently account for the diversity in animal kinds and sizes, we need to utilize a reasonable average or common representative animal size for each class. This can be done fairly easily using results from some scientific surveys of animal sizes. If we look at the mammals, we might think about the large creatures like elephants, hippos, or horses. But the biological surveys have found that the most common mass of an adult mammal is less than 10 pounds, which might sound small, except when we consider that approximately 40% of all mammal species are in the rodent order. An important point to mention here is that there was no requirement for taking the oldest or largest, or even having to take adults. Adolescents or juveniles would have been suitable in most cases. Similarly for amphibians, with approximately 85% of all species being in the frogs and toads order, the most common adult mass of approximately 1/4 pound is reasonable. Likewise, there are only a few larger reptiles, like the Komodo dragon or crocodile, so the most common mass is also approximately 1/4 pound. And finally, for the birds, their most common mass is less than 1/10 pound. What this means is that for convenience, we will approximate all of the mammal individuals on board the ark to be the size of a juvenile sheep, well overestimating the less than 10-pound size. And for all the numbers of birds, amphibians, and reptiles, we can approximate them to be the size of a medium-sized chicken. Again, an overestimate. The second key question to consider is, what were the animal accommodations necessary? How tightly arranged were the animals? The Bible tells us that Noah was to make rooms for the animals and to prepare stores of food, but exact dimensions for the various compartments, pens, corrals, or cages are not given. So when gauging the space requirements necessary for the animals on the ark, there are 2 modern-day analogies that we will utilize: modern animal transportation and modern lairage or housing standards. It is important to first notice that neither of these 2 comparisons really fit the ark situation. The ark was not a short-term trip from point A to point B, like transporting cattle from pasture to market. Neither was the ark a long-term environment, like a zoo or research facility. The ark was a survival barge, which carried precious cargo above the flood's waters for a limited time duration. Thus, looking at modern standards for both transportation and housing simply provides a nice lower and upper limit for the space requirements. So how much space would the animals have occupied? As we have seen, the ark is an immense vessel with a total of over 100,000 square feet of deck space. In terms relating to transportation, the ark's size was equivalent to the volume of 527 railroad boxcars. When we consider the transportation of animals, the recommended densities for travel have been fairly consistent from as far back as the 1920s in the railroad industry through the trucking industry of today. Using published recommended capacities, a common dual-deck boxcar could transport 240 mid-sized sheep. If we assume 12,000 individual mammals represented by sheep, then they would all fit within 50 boxcars. For our smaller animal kinds, a poultry boxcar that contains numerous levels of stacked cages could carry approximately 3,000 medium-sized chickens. If we assume a combined total of 53,000 individual birds, amphibians, and reptiles, then they would all occupy less than 18 boxcars. Thus, using the relative sizes and numbers of known species and the modern transportation standards, the ark's animals would only occupy approximately 13% of the total volume, or 68 boxcars, leaving an incredible 87%, or 459 boxcars for food, water, and additional living space. Now, we acknowledge that these percentages are based on relatively short-term arrangements found in railways or trucking, but they also match many seafaring livestock carriers that transfer cattle across large oceans from Australia to the Middle East or from South America to Europe. However, for long-term standards of animal housing, we can utilize the work of Professor Temple Grandin and other animal science experts for the recommendations of animal storage in research facilities. Using the recommended floor space allotments, a mid-sized sheep should have around 5 square feet of space. Thus, the 12,000 mammals would require approximately 60,000 square feet. The remaining 53,000 birds, amphibians, and reptiles that we are approximating as the size of a chicken would occupy 26,000 square feet at the recommended half a square foot allotment. These numbers result in approximately 85% of the ark's deck space being utilized for the animals. With each deck having roughly a height of 12 to 15 feet, stacked cages for the birds, amphibians, and reptiles, and many small mammals would have been easily managed and would greatly reduce the overall deck space needed and make caring for the animals even more efficient. If the pens and cages for at least the birds, amphibians, and reptiles were stacked only too high, the deck space required would drop by 13,000 square feet, which is quite a substantial amount. Thus, using the modern animal housing standards, the ark's animals would occupy between 70 and 85% of the total deck space, which is 15 to 18 basketball courts, and would leave 15 to 30% for food, water, and living facilities, or between 3 to 6 basketball courts. Of course, even at the minimum of 15% for storage and living, that would mean 15% of the ark's volume, since the food stores could easily be stacked into grain bins, barrels, cupboards, water tanks, etc. So 15% of the total volume would be equivalent to 250,000 cubic feet, which is over 79 boxcars, or 2.5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. I know that we have discussed lots of numbers, sizes, and volumes, so let's summarize it. Considering an overestimate of 65,000 animals on the ark, we can easily fit all of the animals on board with room to spare. The reality of the ark's animal accommodations would be somewhere between the short-term transportation comparison at the 15% and the long-term housing comparison at the 85%. If we split the difference between these two scenarios, then a more accurate percentage for the animal space required would be 50% of the total ark. So a good estimate would be that half of the ark would be taken up by animal corrals, cages, and pens, while the other half of the ark would be living areas for Noah and his family, and storage for food, water, and other essentials. Now, our goal has been to focus on the Bible's account in order to understand the reality of Noah's ark and to dispel all of the exaggerations and misconceptions. As we have seen, many of the criticisms of Noah and the ark have no foundation, since they have ignored what the Bible has actually outlined. God's instructions for Noah clearly outlined the specific kinds of animals that would be on the ark, and that God would bring them to Noah. Despite skeptics who claim that millions or hundreds of millions of animals were required on the ark, both the biblical record and the scientific data firmly reject such a notion. The ark was an immense vessel, with a capacity perfectly suited for the precious cargo it would carry. Throughout the entire account, it is important for us to recognize God's role. While there were many physical duties that Noah was tasked with accomplishing, and the Bible tells us that Noah did all the Lord commanded him, God also outlined His role in the impending flood. Since God chose the ark as the mode of saving life, and God conveyed the original building instructions to His chosen builder Noah, and God was responsible for bringing the appropriate animals at the appointed time, then we can clearly see that the ark's structure was sound. Its seaworthiness was beyond compare. Its capacity to accommodate the passengers and cargo was absolutely sufficient. And while Noah and his family woke up each day for over a year on their floating home to live, eat, and work, the Bible tells us that God's providential role continued and that He remembered Noah and every living thing and all the animals that were with him on the ark.
In our search in understanding two biblical accounts from the before time, we ponder if the Tower of Babel was exaggerated. The Great Tower was said to represent a global united civilization that was divided and scattered across the earth by a great cataclysmic event. It is said the tower was built by this civilization in an attempt to reach heaven, but destroyed by the beings in which they were attempting to reach. We have searched the earth for where this event took place with some notable candidates, in particular Itamanaki, which is dedicated to Marduk, is one of the best candidates for such a site. Wait till you hear this. In its day, Itamanaki, or the Ziggurat of Babylon, as it is commonly known, would have rivaled that of the Great Pyramid of Giza in size and scale. When the Great Tower was first built is unknown, but we can theorize it to have been before the Great Flood and rebuilt in the 6th century BC on a much lesser scale. The authors of Genesis 11, 1 through 9 were inspired by the existence of an apparently incomplete ziggurat at Babylon and by the phonetical similarity between Babylonian Bab-Alu, meaning gate of God, and the Hebrew word Balal, meaning mixed, confused, or confounded. And they began to build, and in the 4th week they made brick with fire, and the bricks served them for stone, and the clay with which they cemented them together was asphalt, which comes out of the sea, and out of the foundations of water in the land of Shinar. And they built it. 43 years were they building it. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was the third of one. Its height amounted to 543 cubits and 2 palms. The reference to a ziggurat at Babylon in the creation epic Enuma Elish is more solid evidence, however, for a Middle Assyrian piece of this poem survives to prove the long-held theory that it existed already in the 2nd millennium BC. There is no reason to doubt that this ziggurat, described as Ziggurat Apsi Elite, the upper ziggurat of the Apsu, was Tamanaki. The city of Babylon had been destroyed in 689, and the structure was also lost. It took 88 years to rebuild the city. Its central feature was the Temple of Marduk, in which the Tamanaki ziggurat was associated. The ziggurat was rebuilt by Nebuchadnezzar II. The 7 stories of the ziggurat reached a height of 91 meters, according to a tablet from Uruk, and contained a temple shrine at the top. The Babylonians didn't see their Tower of Babel as a failure. As far as they were concerned, they really had made a stairway that they could walk up to go see the gods. The tower was built on a spot that the Babylonians believed was the exact center of the universe. It was here, they believed, that their God created the world. Here alone, heaven and earth could interconnect, as long as someone could just build a staircase that went up high enough. The truth must be that by the time of Alexander, the ziggurat had fallen into disrepair. Buildings made of brick easily fall apart and need permanent care in the hot climate of the Near East. Alexander ordered 10,000 soldiers to remove the remains of the building, Over a period of 2 months, tiles and bricks were brought to the eastern part of the city. This time, the tower was not destroyed by any army looking for loot. It was a systematic attempt to clear the building ground. Babylon was never restored to its old status, and that meant the end of the attempt to rebuild the ancient site, although one scribe in Ulrich was still hoping for its reconstruction and wrote the Louvre tablet. The Esagila remained intact well into the 1st century BC and probably even later. Arabic authors were responsible for keeping the memory of the tower alive, sometimes comparing the greatest of the ancient city with the humble town Babel of their own age. However, they thought that the ancient royal palace, which was the largest ruin on the site, was the Tower of Babel. The inhabitants of Babel told the same to the first Western visitors in the 16th century. In the 19th century, the real Itamanaki was rediscovered by the native Arab population. People of the nearby village wanted to create a palm garden and discovered ancient bricks when they lowered the groundwater level. German engineers understood the significance, and in 1913, Robert Coldway started the excavation of the Itamanaki. Today, only 4 channels can be seen. The rest of the site is overgrown with weed, though using modern satellite imagery, we can peer down onto a part of ancient history, which is still the subject of much debate as to if it ever even existed. Genesis being widely regarded as mythology and never acknowledged as records with any sort of accuracy outside of religious circles. But you must consider what these stories are based on in the first place. Not everyone can be wrong, can they? What do you guys think of this anyway? Is this actually the site of the Tower of Babel? Comments below, and thank you for watching.
The Tower of Babel, the subject of one of the strangest stories in the Bible. But could it be based on truth?
I thought as a kid this was folklore or legend, and that a lot of people still think of it in biblical terms as some kind of legend, but they don't really know that it actually existed. I'm really at the place where the tower stood.
The fragile remains of the legendary city of Babylon in modern-day Iraq have revealed many secrets. The greatest of all was the discovery of a vast structure that ancient records suggest was the Tower of Babel. Ancient texts have allowed experts to imagine what the building might have looked like. But now, astounding new evidence has emerged. Inscribed on the surface of a privately owned tablet is an image that sensationally reveals exactly what the Tower of Babel looked like.
This is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story in the Bible was inspired by this real building.
This remarkable tablet, which has never been filmed before, dates to the 6th century BC. It was discovered in Babylon over a century ago. Unbelievably, no one realized how important it was until Professor Andrew George, an expert in ancient texts, brought its faint carvings back to life.
At the top here, this part, there is a relief depicting a stepped tower, and here a figure of a human being carrying a staff with a conical hat on. Below that relief is text which has been chiseled into the monument, and the label is easily read. It reads Etem Enki, Zikurat Babili, and that means the Zikurat or temple tower of the city of Babylon.
This tablet provides the first ever image of the real Tower of Babel. It confirms the building was a Mesopotamian stepped tower and illustrates the 7 tiers of the ancient megastructure. Significantly, it also clearly identifies the man behind it, Mesopotamia's most famous ruler, King Nebuchadnezzar II.
The building and its builder on the same relief.
But while the images are extraordinary, the tablet's ancient text also reveals a detailed account of the tower's construction, and more importantly, how Nebuchadnezzar went about building it.
It reads from the upper sea, which is the Mediterranean, to the lower sea, and that's the Persian Gulf. The far-flung lands and teeming people of the habitations are mobilized in order to construct this building of the Zikkurat of Babylon.
Incredibly, this ancient account is identical to the biblical story of how the Tower of Babel was constructed. For scholars, the tablet offers further proof that the Tower of Babel wasn't just a work of fiction. It was an actual building from antiquity.
The pharaoh that's of interest to us in terms of the story of Abraham is named Senusret III, a successor to the one we just looked at. He reigns from 1878 to 1841. He's usually depicted as a very sober, serious guy that seems to have the weight of the world on his shoulders. He seems to have been a very thoughtful character. He does do some military campaigns, but the general impression of him is that he was someone who took very seriously his responsibilities for the well-being of his people. He seems to have been a fairly decent guy, in other words, which was not true of all of the pharaohs that came along. He was certainly the most powerful of the 12th dynasty, and at least if our chronology is correct, it's at least possible, I won't say it's probable, but this is as good a guess as any, that this may be the pharaoh that was visited by Abraham in the story that we just read. Senusret was famous for quite a few different things. Probably the most famous residual effect of his building efforts was this mud brick fortification that's found in the southern part of Egypt, and it was defensive against Nubia, which lay to the south, or Ethiopia, and so that's still a site that can be visited to this day. All right, so this is Senusret III. Like I say, we don't have a huge amount of data on him, but I'd like to assume that he's the character that's in mind in the story, and come back now briefly to this story that we have here of Abraham visiting Egypt, and at least some of the background to this story hopefully will be based on what we've just been talking about. But if you recall, we were just reading it. We have a famine in Canaan, and as was very common, people would head for Egypt in times of famine. That was precisely what happened, and so the story, at least in that sense, is completely compatible with what the normal practice was in the ancient world. As they were entering Egypt, Abraham says to his wife Sarai, "I've got an idea. When the Egyptians see you, they're going to recognize your beauty." This was, in fact, also very consistent with what was known. The Egyptian pharaohs loved foreign women, and they were generally regarded as more beautiful. I'm not making any judgments at this point. I'm just saying that that's pretty much a well-established fact. I think partly because they were just seen as exotic. And so there was this expectation or fear that if someone that was a particularly attractive woman who was clearly foreign might make her way into the region of Egypt, that might attract the attention of some of the upper officials in Egypt, and depending on who she was and what her status was, it might even reach the attention of the pharaoh. It does suggest to us something I was mentioning to you the last week or so, that Abraham is not just a wandering Bedouin. He's not just a guy with a tent and a donkey, who's showing up with 2 or 3 people. Abraham, the evidence of this biblically is that if what the Bible is saying about him is taken seriously, he was a major sheik. He had several thousand people who were associated with him. He was viewed as some kind of political/religious leader. And so when he shows up, it does get the attention of people who notice these kinds of things. And so for Abraham to show up with a very beautiful woman in his company, he had reason to fear might reach to the attention of Pharaoh. Combine that with the fact that it was not unprecedented for pharaohs to kill husbands and take wives. They did do that. Now, the earliest actual example of that is Ramses II, who is somewhat later. We don't have anything like that this early, but the precedent at least was later, and it may have been an earlier practice. So Abraham may not be completely off his rocker at this point to fear that Sarah may get the attention of the Pharaoh, and this may go poorly for him. And so when he says this to his wife, we can understand from a human point of view why he would do such a thing. Commentators, however, say, no, ain't going to fly. As much as we'd like to rehabilitate Abraham's image, can't do it. You shouldn't have done this, Abraham. So he universally gets the critique of the commentators. And of course, it gives us the first lesson we need to learn from this. My first Sunday school lesson this morning, I try to get at least one or two in every week. Trust God. Sometimes it's difficult. It will always be counterintuitive. There is always a way that seems right unto man. Always. And there is always a way of obedience. Now, sometimes they're the same way, but often they're not, especially in circumstances where the threat just doesn't look like anything you can escape, and we have to trust God. And that's what Abraham should have done. Now, I have to say, if I'd been in his shoes, I'm sure I would have done worse things than he did, and maybe you feel the same way. But the fact is, the lesson we have here is that when we are put into these opportunities, we need to trust God, and that he will, in fact, protect us and care for us, and that we can have confidence in that. So here they go. They arrive in Egypt, and sure enough, she is noticed, and a report is given to Pharaoh concerning Sarai, and she is taken into the harem. We're given to understand from the text there was never any intimacy between Pharaoh and Sarai. She was probably kind of there and waiting, her turn sort of thing. These pharaohs tended to have huge harems, and so that would not be unexpected. It does seem to be that this was all consensual. It's not as if she was kidnapped or otherwise some sort of abusive, intrusive kind of thing. Apparently, it was a freely negotiated arrangement, and that would be consistent with the way these things would have been done. We certainly see the evidence of a handsome bride price that's being paid by the Pharaoh. He gives Abraham all kinds of stuff, sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male and female servants, and so on. And so the Pharaoh is very lavish, and at least the impression we have is that Abraham accepts all of that. I don't know how he felt about it when he went to bed that night. You just have to wonder, don't you? But nevertheless, it does seem to be that this was not some kind of coercive arrangement, and Abraham does agree to it. But God afflicted Pharaoh. This is the next Sunday school lesson. God is in control. God is sovereign. He is not going to be put on the short end of the transaction by any human being. He is the one who governs heaven and earth. And in this case, of course, he was doing a whole lot more to protect Sarah than Abraham was. And he steps into the picture and afflicts Pharaoh and his house with great plagues. Many commentators see in this a little anticipation, a little harbinger of plagues that will come later. But in this case, the Pharaoh responds very differently from the Pharaoh that we read of in the Exodus account, doesn't he? This particular Pharaoh, as soon as he figures out what the score is, dresses down Abraham for his actions that were less than the integrity that he should have been exercising.
This word is not to be confused with the Egyptian word mes, which means born or fashioned, which was part of the royal name Ramses, and which was actually pronounced Ria-Mashesha by native Egyptian speakers, not Ramses. The Egyptian name in Genesis 47:11 and Exodus 1:11 is not Ramses either. The actual vocalization of the Egyptian name in these passages is Ragamsas and not Ramses. Ragamsas, whose name is written in hieroglyphic text above, as it appears on his stele inscription shown on the right, was an Upper Egyptian naval commander. He was an important official in the royal administration during the so-called 13th dynasty. No pharaoh ever bore this rare name, but the orthography of his name finds an exact match in the spelling of the Egyptian name that appears in Genesis 47:11 and Exodus 1:11. The first glyph in the name Ragamsas is the mouth in the upper left. This produces the R sound. The second glyph below this is the forearm, and I have highlighted it in red to make a point. This glyph is a guttural consonant. It makes the same sound that was originally made by the Hebrew letter commonly called ayin, which was a voiced pharyngeal fricative. So the modern Hebrew vocalization of the biblical name as Ramses is incorrect. The first two syllables in the Egyptian name is Raga. This evidently is how the name Ra, Re, or Rhea was pronounced at this time and place in Upper Egypt, where Ragamses was from. The next two glyphs in his name, which are the sun disk and the vertical stroke, prove this. These glyphs make no sound in his name. They are only determinatives used to clarify graphically that the preceding word spelled phonetically is the name of the Egyptian sun god. The last two glyphs in his name make the phrase born of or fashioned by. Although the much older form Ragamses, born of the sun god Raga, has the same meaning as the much later name Rhea Meshesha, born of the sun god Rhea, they are pronounced totally different. These names are from two different periods of Egyptian history, separated by centuries. The name Ragamses is the name found 5 times in the Hebrew Bible and spelled exactly the same way each time. But not once does the name Rhea Meshesha, which is the correct way to say Ramses, ever appear in the Hebrew Bible. Masha was not writing in the Torah about Pharaoh Rhea Meshesha, i.e. Ramses II of the 19th dynasty. He was writing about an official with a very rare name from Upper Egypt, in whose estate our ancestors settled. It was a 13th dynasty pharaoh who allowed our people to migrate from Canaan to this wealthy man's estate in Egypt during a famine, and Masha led us out of it centuries before Rhea Meshesha was ever born. Why does it matter? It matters because Egyptologists have known about Ragamses for quite some time, and he lived at just the period when the Hebrews moved from Canaan to Egypt. But they choose not to discuss his obvious connection to the Bible because of an agenda. Many historians are simply dishonest scholars who want the Bible to contain errors so it can be dismissed. They prefer that the name mentioned in Genesis 47:11 and Exodus 1:11 continue to be mispronounced as Ramses, so that it continues to be confused with Pharaoh Ramses II, because then the Exodus story can be rejected as a myth. This gives them the license to then rewrite our history. There was no mass exodus of Hebrews out of Egypt during the reign of the 19th dynasty Pharaoh Rhea Meshesha, nor at any point during the so-called Egyptian New Kingdom. The insistence by scholars that Exodus 1 and 11 must refer to Ramses II is necessary to justify their dismissal of the biblical account by pitting it against records from the period of Ramses II. But like the official Ragamses, the historical Exodus belongs to a period before the start of the New Kingdom, and the evidence supports this conclusion. So what does any of this have to do with the pronunciation of God's name? Number one, it proves that there are some names in the Bible whose pronunciation is critical, or we lose key pieces of evidence that validate our history. Ragamses is just one example of how our people have been led to believe in a lie. But God's name is even more important, so we need to make sure we are saying his name correctly. Let me give you another example as we end this section. When Exodus 2 and 10 was read earlier, if you were listening carefully, you heard the word Pharaoh pronounced as Paga, and not Pharaoh. Wathabo labaf Paga, Wayela Laban, Wathakra Shamo Masha, Wathamar, Cheman Hame Mashetho. The reason for this is because the earliest form of this word in Egyptian is spelled with the forearm hieroglyph, which is a voiced pharyngeal-fricative consonant, or guttural. This form only appears in Egyptian texts from the period of the 12th dynasty, or the so-called Middle Kingdom. The reason why almost everyone pronounces this word Pharaoh today is because that is the only way the Greeks could say it. The ancient Greeks did not have a voiced pharyngeal-fricative consonant in their language, so to make it easier for them, they said Pharaoh and called it a day. We've been stuck with Pharaoh ever since, just as we've been stuck with Moses.
Flavius Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, tells us, "There are still the remainders of that divine fire, and the traces of the 5 cities are still to be seen." Popular thought has it that the cities were later covered by the waters of the Dead Sea, but if Josephus could see the cities in his day, then we should be able to view them also, as the water level has, if anything, receded since his time. Biblical description tells us the cities were spread out, forming a line along the Canaanite border, not grouped together in one area, as some may think. Driving along the coastal highway of the Dead Sea in Israel, one can soon see peculiar formations that are of a lighter color than the surrounding terrain. These are the Ashen cities, destroyed by the wrath of God. These cities were consumed by intense flames, a supernatural heat that was directed by the hand of God. Today there is ash that is of lighter color than the surrounding mountains and terrain. As mentioned in the Bible, this is a desolate area where nothing grows. Inspecting the formations closely, one can see structures containing man-made elements, such as 90-degree angles. Even though the buildings were consumed by the fire, the remaining ash in these cities is comprised of a heavier material due to the inclusion of brimstone or sulfur, and still retains some of the original shapes of man-made structures. This stunning structure stands out as a singular formation with 4 sides, surrounded by a deep moat. We move in closer to inspect the unusual features evident on the side of the formation. On the side of the structure, this swirling pattern is different from any type of sedimentary rock or soil that would normally contain horizontal, even layers. These swirling designs were also seen in other ashen formations in the cities. This is evidence of extreme heat, up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, where thermal ionization occurs, when the electrons repel and attract, forming these unusual swirling designs. In Lot's day, this area was a swirling cauldron of death and destruction, rained down from the Lord in heaven. Strange anomalies can be seen here, such as these fragile layers of material which disintegrate when touched. The limestone buildings in the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were totally transformed into ash by the consuming fire of the Lord. Evidence of this destruction is revealed in the white gypsum anomalies in the area, including unusual shapes of chalk-like material, which is not found in other parts of the country. Even layers of white and gray material can also be seen, comprising gypsum and ash. At the time of Elijah on Mount Carmel, the Lord sent down a superheated fire from heaven, consuming the stone altar and sacrifice, turning them into ashes. When God unleashes a consuming fire, it will turn stone into ashes. At the perimeter of this city, one can see this amazing Sphinx still standing today. It was a pagan symbol positioned at the edge of town and was thought to protect the inhabitants from harm. The Sphinx stands alone as a singular structure with a defined shape. This particular Sphinx has an obvious demarcation between its base and the soil below it, another sign of a man-made structure placed on top of the soil. Later, we will see another Sphinx. From a higher level, a large section of gypsum has fallen down here. It clearly exhibits the alternating layers of white ash that is calcium sulfate, gray ash that is calcium carbonate. One can also find loose or powdery ash that is quite thick and has been deposited next to the formations. In the formations themselves, some material can be gently raked off the surface with the slightest touch. Looking down the city streets, one can notice man-made shapes which are not found in nature. Here we see a building with square sides or 90-degree angles. From the opposite side, we can see the same symmetrical structure and man-made angles. We can see the remains of walls that extended outward at 90-degree angles from the main structure, Once again, further evidence of man-made construction. Here we can see square windows that are visible in the walls of the structures, which give us a view of the past. Scanning the city for signs of prior habitation, we can see in the foreground a tower of cylindrical design, positioned at the edge of the city. The remains have suffered greatly during 3,500 years of wind and rain erosion. Even still, there is the appearance here of streets and man-made structures. Here in the foreground, we have a conical shape resting on a raised area. A short distance away, we see another similar shape. As we pan across the city, we can see in the distance an arched doorway that exhibits a symmetrical shape even to this day. In this case, we have a large hardened clump of material that we broke open, revealing layers of previously heated material, including gypsum crystals created by the combination of limestone and sulfur. From the intense heat, various objects were melted in the cities. Here we have some material that was boiling on top, while the remainder of the substance pooled at the bottom, creating a solid base. A very unusual find here, but just another strange anomaly not found in other areas of the country. Here is another example of some type of substance that was melted from the extreme heat that God rained down from above. Resting on the ground, we find an unusual layer of gypsum crystals. Underneath the crystals is a layer of white gypsum, then gray ash, all of which was created by the great conflagration of heat, which consumed these sinful cities along the Dead Sea. Once again, we find more gypsum, this time in a circular formation of crystals, all radiating outward. Brimstone. Our first sample was found here, having been washed down from a higher location. This is the heavenly marker left behind, which proves the sites to be the real Sodom and Gomorrah.
Down at Sodom and Gomorrah still. Right in front of you see some unusual looking spots on this, shall we say, layer of ash. It's not stone, it's ash. Now we'll move in for a close-up of this. And you can see that they're kind of circular shaped places. Now what we have found, and we'll move in a little closer here, is that inside each of these is sulfur. That is in most of them. Now the ones that do not have sulfur in them, and this one we just took a bunch of sulfur out and put it in our specimen bag. But the ones that don't have sulfur have a very black center where they have, where it's been very hot. So now we'll move in on this one where there is some sulfur still present, and back off just enough so you can see what we're up to here, and we'll go collect that sample in a bag. Before I started using this knife, it was very, very sharp. Okay, here this is, and we have collected some more, and it smells and tastes like sulfur. Now the Bible tells us that it rained fire and brimstone upon the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. what you see in front of you here is the results of large and small, well, varying sized chunks of sulfur, burning sulfur that have hit. And what we find here is that God rained this burning sulfur down upon this city, and rain is a perfect description of it. It landed just in the pattern that rain would fall, and the stuff, of course, the accumulative heat of all of this upon the city set the entire thing ablaze. The flashpoint of every material there, metal, stone, of course the people, and everything burned, and this sulfur continued to burn, and it vitrified the material around it. After it had burned it all up, sealed itself off from the oxygen, and then of course smothered itself out. And in each of these little crystalline capsules here is a varying size chunk of sulfur, and there are millions of these in these ashes that we have here. Now some of them we have cracked open so you can see the sulfur inside, and others we have left intact, but there are millions of these here. So this shows that God indeed rained fire and brimstone upon these cities. And if you look in your dictionary under brimstone, you'll find that it is sulfur.
A piece of the brimstone from the cities was lit at night, and soon there was a beautiful blue flame produced by the burning sulfur. A very strong aroma of sulfur filled the air, and was overpowering if one directly breathed the fumes. Exploring the cities further, more brimstone was found of various shapes and sizes. Several samples had been washed down to areas below and were added to our growing collection. This brimstone is made of monoclinic, white sulfur that has been burned or cooked at a high temperature. It is quite different from natural sulfur that is formed in geothermal areas. Samples were taken to a lab for analysis. Next, the samples were dried and placed in a rock crusher. Then they were pressed onto a disc. Then they were loaded into a machine for the semi-quantitative X-ray analysis. Each sample was individually transported into the testing chamber for analysis. The results proved to be quite amazing. As the samples were found to be 98% pure sulfur, unlike any other sulfur found on Earth. This pure, cooked sulfur is the heavenly marker that was left behind to show the world that the Lord, without a doubt, destroyed these sinful cities at His command. Critics have said that the sulfur is from volcanic activity, but that type of rhombic sulfur is only 40% sulfur and is of a crystalline form, unlike the white, compacted monoclinic form that is found in the ashen cities today. Here is a round piece of brimstone embedded in a section of ash. Another clump of ash contains a piece of brimstone that has a burn ring surrounding the unburned sulfur inside. This mound of material has a lid that easily comes off, revealing the round nugget of brimstone inside. As we gaze across the southern end of the Dead Sea, we can view the El Lisan Peninsula in Jordan. Apparently the city of Gomorrah extended over to this peninsula in the days of Lot. One can find the same white formations in this area. Ashen formations are seen, including walls extending out at 90-degree angles. We can also see clumps of gypsum scattered on the ground, like this one here. Brimstone is also found in this area. Incredibly, a Byzantine-era church was constructed here, as noted on this sign, built here because the area was known for its biblical significance. Back over at Gomorrah proper, we can see white, ashen worship structures built atop an acropolis or high place. Both a sphinx and ziggurat are seen here, side by side, much like what we see in Egypt at Giza, with the sphinx and the pyramids built in close proximity to each other. While inspecting Gomorrah, other visitors arrived to view the unusual formations. The sphinx is made of a white material, whiter than the ash surrounding it. Perhaps it was built of more expensive components and dedicated to their pagan gods. The sphinx represented a god of protection, but even it was consumed in the flames. It is approximately 30 feet long and is quite impressive, both in its shape and size. Resting near it is the ziggurat, symmetrical in shape and also comprised of a special white material. Here we can see a ziggurat standing next to a symmetrical tower. Next, we can see an arched door between two pillars, and once again, another arched door. As we scan across the city, our eye notices a raised white formation in the distance. As we near the formation, we can see it is in the shape of a ziggurat. It turns out there are actually two ziggurats on this raised acropolis. As we stood next to one of the ziggurats, our team found perfect specimens of melted brimstone, where the liquid from the burning sulfur had cooled down, forming a hard, crystalline shell around the unburned sulfur that was hidden inside. On the outside of the ziggurat, we spotted a piece of brimstone fused into the side of the formation. Using a knife, it was opened, revealing the pure brimstone inside. Resting on a ledge of the ziggurat, we see another sample of brimstone that was opened with a knife, once again revealing the pure sulfur inside. The most impressive evidence was this cremated bone fragment that was left behind from some lost soul of Gomorrah. The bone marrow inside was cooked until it had turned white.
And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your way. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the streets all night. And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and entered into his house, and he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. And they said, Stand back. And they said, This one came in to visit, and must he always judge? Now we will do evil to you rather than to them. And they pressed on the man, upon Lot violently, and drew near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides sons-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, whosoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord. And the Lord hath sent us to destroy it.
All right. Well, we left off last week in the middle of the 12th dynasty, so we're going to start with a little bit more history, so fasten your seat belts, but the 12th dynasty is that dynasty which really was a high point. We talked about the pyramid builders. The pyramid builders were those who had been the original great civilization in Egypt, and then after that, it's as if Egypt kind of spent itself and went into what's called an intermediate period in which there was very little centralized authority. And then you come back to what's called the Middle Kingdom, and the greatest dynasty of the Middle Kingdom was the 12th dynasty, and the greatest ruler of the Middle Kingdom was Senusret, who we talked about last week. The 12th dynasty begins about 1991 BC. Abraham, to keep ourselves oriented to biblical history, is born around 1951. BC. So he's born in Mesopotamia just at the beginning then of this so-called Middle Kingdom, the 12th dynasty there in Egypt. Senusret III, that we talked about a little bit last week, rules from 1878 to 1841, and it is during his rule that we have Abraham arriving in Canaan, and it's, as we said earlier, the midst of a famine. That drives him to Egypt, where he has this interaction with this Pharaoh. We were saying last week the likelihood is that Abraham arrived with some degree of sort of recognition. It wasn't just a wandering, isolated handful of people. It was probably several thousand people. And Abraham himself was viewed as something of a sheik who deserved a certain degree of professional courtesy. And it was out of that that the whole story that we hear of concerning Sarah, his wife, unfolds. Well, that's all taking place about 1875, when Abraham is about 75 years old. The birth of Isaac and the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah take place about 25 years later, in 1851. This is still during the reign of Senusret, but to keep our eye on the biblical narrative, this is the, at least as best we can tell, the general chronological sequence of things. The next ruler of the 12th dynasty, and the last really important one, is Amenemhet III. And you have to practice saying that, Amenemhet. 1842 to 1797. Good-looking guy. All kinds of artifacts have been discovered representing this last great pharaoh of the 12th dynasty. He is kind of the last gasp of this particular era before Egypt once again devolves into this intermediate period. We don't have any particular reference to him in the biblical narrative, but he's interesting for a couple of little trivial reasons. He's the first pharaoh, for example, to build a labyrinth under his pyramid. Not much of the pyramid is left. It was one of those kind of mud brick affairs that doesn't survive the ravages of time very well. But by then people realized, these pharaohs realized, that tomb robbers were out there. Laura Croft and others, they were out there, and they were raiding all of the wealth that was being entrusted to the pharaoh at the time of his demise. And these pharaohs were smart enough to figure out that that wasn't helping them much if they lost all this to tomb robbers. So Amenemhet III seems to be the first one to try to fool them, and he builds more or less a rat's maze under his pyramid. It didn't work. They still found it, so the best laid plans. This is the time frame in which Abraham sends Eleazar, his steward, his chief servant, to Haran. And you recall the reason he did that was because he wanted to obtain a wife for Isaac, who is now about 40 years old. It's time for the boy to get married, you know. But Abraham doesn't want Isaac to marry a local girl. These Canaanite women were idolatrous, and Abraham, as was the custom at that time, wanted Isaac to marry within the family a cousin. And so he left a lot of family back at Haran. We talked about that a few weeks ago. And so now he sends Eliezer to that region to find, of course, a wife for Isaac. And Eliezer is successful, and the name of the wife is? Not very robust out there. The name of that wife was? Who is that? Rebecca is right. So Rebecca comes back and marries Isaac, and 20 years later, you have the birth then of Jacob and Esau. That 20 years, of course, represented a time of some grief because it was hoped that she would bear children much earlier. If you recall the biblical story, you know that Isaac prayed, he interceded on behalf of his wife Rebekah, and then as a result of that, there was a divine response in some form or other that came to Rebekah, that 2 nations were in her womb. There was a war already going on in utero. And this, of course, would become thematic for a great deal of the rest of biblical history. But the birth of Jacob and Esau then takes place in 1791. So we are now into this time in which we see the end of the 12th dynasty of Egypt and the beginning, as I say, of an intermediate period. This period is called the Second Intermediate Period. It's quite important because it's during this time frame that Joseph is sold as a slave into Egypt. And so from a biblical point of view, we're interested in what exactly is going on in Egypt during this period of time. It is first and foremost a time in which there is decentralized authority. There is no one great pharaoh ruling over the entire land. Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt are divided, and indeed even among them there are competing claims to the control of the region. So that's the first thing that we want to notice about it, and that's the reason that it's called intermediate. That's the term of art that's used to describe such a political arrangement. The first dynasty that we're interested in is the 13th. This dynasty is in the south, what's called Upper Egypt. And dynasties 13 and 14 run concurrently with the 15th and 16th dynasties in the north. So you've got stories at both ends of Egypt here. We're going to look first of all at this one briefly in the south because it sets up a couple of things that will be of interest to us. For one thing, this seems to introduce a time in which the pharaoh is no longer a hereditary office, at least in the south. Usually the pharaoh would leave control to his firstborn son, and that would be the continuity that would be put in place. But it seems to be at this time that actually the pharaoh becomes, now this is speculation, but some have suggested virtually an elected office. And the real power shifts from the person who is the pharaoh to the guy who kind of functions like the prime minister. He was called the vizier. And this is an arrangement that develops in the south but moves eventually to the north. And the story of Joseph is a story of a man who rises from somewhat obscure beginnings to become this vizier, this prime minister. That's the only way really to properly interpret the story, is to see Joseph as being installed in that position. Well, this entire arrangement, the very idea of having a vizier as such with such sweeping authority, really originates at this time. It originates in the south, but it kind of works its way up to the north, where Joseph would have found himself a few years later. This is a time, in any event, of dramatic decline in Egyptian authority. Central authority is gone, and it's really a time when it's not chaotic, but certainly a time in which you have local control, more or less setting the pace for the political life in Egypt. Now, during this time, there is a group of Semitic, sort of quiet invaders, and they're called in Egyptian history the Hyksos. Nobody knows for sure what their particular origins were, I think the best guess is they were again Amorites. Now, we talked about Amorites a couple of weeks ago. They were the ones who infiltrated themselves into Mesopotamia and eventually established a city at Babylon, out of which the king Hammurabi eventually emerged. You recall all that? There will be a test. You got that, don't you? Well, it may be the same Amorites. They were kind of people that wandered around. They appeared a little bit rude to others who observed them, but they were pretty smart. And they may have also done something like that, kind of insinuating themselves into northern Egypt, coming across the border and more or less ingratiating themselves to some degree to the native Egyptian population. The Egyptian priest scholar Manetho, who we rely on quite a bit for some of this history, says they came in with violence and force. But generally speaking, Egyptologists these days think Manetho is overstating it, and that actually they didn't come in with some sort of great dramatic invasion, but rather just were sort of quietly moving in and working their way into positions of some prominence. What happened was that during this time of intermediate sort of devolution of central authority, it seems that somehow or other the Hyksos were able to more or less begin to dominate the political life. Now, the 13th dynasty we're concerned about in the south. The 14th is virtually unknown to us. It's very obscure, very short. Some think it didn't even happen. But for now, we're going to stay focused more on the north. The Hyksos were Asiatic or Semitic. They are not native Egyptian. They migrate in during the latter part of the 12th dynasty. There's quite a bit of sort of artistic description of these people, a lot of it, in fact. If you're familiar with the way that Egyptians would portray themselves, then you'd notice immediately that these Hyksos look different. Their hair is different, their dress is different. The fact that they are associated with livestock here is, again, a distinctive about them, and there's quite a bit of points where these people were quite different from the native Egyptians, but very similar to the Semites who lived in Canaan and in other parts of the Near East. And what's interesting to us, of course, is that Joseph is a Semite, you see. And many have speculated that part of the reason Joseph was able to be catapulted into such prominence was not simply his ability to interpret dreams, which was pretty impressive, but because also there was a shared common heritage between the Pharaoh who was ruling at the time and Joseph. They were both Semitic. Doesn't mean they spoke the same language, but they shared a kind of common cultural heritage that would have helped them understand each other. And it may be that the Pharaoh's willingness to trust Joseph as rapidly as he did was driven in part by the fact that he recognized in Joseph something of his own heritage. That's speculation. We don't have that stated certainly in the Bible or in Egyptian records, but triangulating what was going on, it makes a certain amount of sense to see it that way. What happens is with the collapse of central authority, these Hyksos began to exercise greater control, and the 13th and 14th dynasties in the south therefore take place concurrently with the 15th and 16th dynasties in the north. And the 15th dynasty especially is called the Hyksos dynasty. It is later hated by the Egyptians. They despise the idea that foreigners were ruling. And so the Hyksos are eventually driven out, and their memory is largely expunged from the records. But nevertheless, we've been able to uncover enough about them to have some idea what was going on. And that's kind of the basic political backdrop now for Joseph coming to Egypt. It's during this period of time. So it's an overlapping dynasty with the south, with Upper Egypt. It's a time in which these kings were called the Hyksos or shepherd kings. That itself would be unusual because the Egyptians prided themselves more for being agrarian. They were proud of their grain crops. That was the focus of their wealth-producing capabilities. They did, of course, have livestock, but they tended to boast in a different kind of enterprise but the Hyksos were associated with being more of a kind of livestock-oriented type of population, which again would fit more with their kind of Semitic background. Specific records concerning the Hyksos era are scant, spotty, incomplete. Two reasons for that. One, the Hyksos themselves were much less interested in leaving archives for the ages. The Egyptians kind of liked it. They had that sort of religion of timelessness. The pyramids and their structures generally stood for an idea of leaving a record of their exploits that could be read by people like us several thousand years later. The Hyksos didn't have that cultural heritage. Most of what they built was mud brick. It didn't survive very long, and that's part of the reason we don't know much about this period. The other is because the later Egyptian rulers wanted to get rid of all memory of them, and that didn't help either. So on two counts, we kind of lose a lot of the detail that would have been associated with them. We do know this, that if we go back to the very earliest period of this Hyksos era, then it puts us in about the year 1720. That's when the Hyksos were more or less arriving in some force and beginning to make a visible expression of their presence there. And it continues until the year 1570. That's a pretty firm year. That's the year of the rise of the 18th dynasty and the so-called New Kingdom. It's under the 18th dynasty that the Exodus takes place. So we have quite a paradigm change from the Hyksos era earlier to the 18th dynasty and the pharaohs that were hostile to Joseph and his memory that come in the beginning part of the 18th dynasty. So this is the time we're interested in. As I say, the internal history is not well known. You read Egyptologists on this and they'll say they've got some names of pharaohs. They can't give real good information on the dates and so on. But what I'd like to do is overlay that era then with what's happening in biblical history, and especially the story of Joseph. So let's just work through this. This is familiar to you. This is Sunday school material, but hopefully you recall it. And I'd like to put some dates on some of these events. Jacob flees from Esau, going back up to Haran in about the year 1720. Now you may recall he was born in 1791, and that may make him a little older than you were expecting at this point. Remember, he lived to be 130. And if that chronology is correct, then this puts him in kind of his middle age. He's still young. He's still more or less in his prime, even at 60, 70 years old, you know. I mean, hey, I'm 60. So that's the way it is. And he, much more, I'm sure, than I, was in this prime of his life. But he does have this falling out with his brother. Esau and Jacob had been tussling with each other from birth. Jacob basically swindles Esau out of his birthright when he sold him a mess of pottage, you recall that. And then some years later, he is able, under some kind of subterfuge, to also get the patriarchal blessing. And Esau, that was it, you know, enough of this guy. Jacob realized that he was in trouble, and so he flees with not much more than the clothes on his back and heads north back to that region of Haran, where there was extended family still residing and so on. So that's going to take place about 1720, about the time that the Hyksos period is beginning in Egypt. We have Joseph taking off. He's there for about 20 years. You recall the story. He works 7 years for Rachel, and then he gets Leah. So he works another 7 years for Rachel, and he gets Rachel. He probably got her earlier than that second 7, but nevertheless, the story, you know the story. And then he's another 7 years there, working for the wages that eventually are paid to him in the form of crops, or not crops, but livestock and so on that are given to him basically as a result of his labors. And God blesses him richly. And so he leaves then after some 21 years a wealthy man. Just before he left, we have the birth of Joseph. Joseph is born of his favorite wife, Rachel. You know the whole story. He fell in love with Rachel, but she couldn't have any children, it seemed, for a long time. So Jacob had children by the concubines, by Leah and so on. But eventually, toward the end of this era that he's there with his father-in-law, Laban, he does have a child by Rachel, and that child is Joseph. So he's born about 1700, thereabouts, and that's just before Joseph now leaves Haran, heading back for Canaan. He's fleeing from Laban because Laban is pretty resentful of all the blessings that have befallen Jacob, and it seems that anything Jacob does is blessed and so on. You recall all of that, and so he has to leave more or less under dark of night. Laban catches up with him. They kind of strike a truce, and there it is. Jacob returns. He wrestles with the angel. You remember that story at Peniel. Wonderful, rich story with deep significance that we're just bypassing for the time being. And then he, of course, reconciles to his brother Esau, and that all takes place in about this time frame. All right. If Joseph was born in 1700, then at 17 years old, which would be 1683, his brothers sell him as a slave to the Egyptians. This would be right in the middle of the Hyksos era. And so we would understand that Joseph now is showing up at a time of decentralized authority when Semitic rulers are controlling Egypt. And that, of course, in itself should at least suggest to us something of how God in His providence is preparing the way and making a way for the drama that's going to unfold. Joseph shows up in Egypt. Of course, he's sold into the house of Potiphar. He is probably quite well educated because growing up in the environment which he was part of, there would have been a very heavy emphasis on being well educated, and probably as a slave that distinguished him so that fairly quickly he was able to move up the ranks, you might say, of responsibility in the house of Potiphar, who's said to be one of the a commander, I guess you'd say, of the guard associated with the household of Pharaoh. And so he's there probably for about 10 years. At least we understand he's not quite 30. If he went to Egypt at 17, he's 28, maybe years old, and he's falsely accused by Potiphar's wife. He had grown from being a teenager to being a good-looking guy, 28, 29 years old. He became the object of the desire of the wife of Potiphar. She makes solicitations toward him to his credit, and somewhat shocking to most men who ever read the story, Joseph rebuffs all of that and runs for cover. And of course, as a result of that, she is angry and she accuses him of attacking her. You know the whole story. He winds up then in prison. Nevertheless, after a couple of years, he is once again put in a position of kind of control, of some authority, even in the prison, even as a prisoner. He interprets the dreams of the cupbearer and the baker to the Pharaoh, and that gets him into the court of Pharaoh to interpret dreams that Pharaoh himself had had. And so this is all taking place about the year 1670. We're told that Joseph was 30 years old when he became the vizier of Egypt. And so, at least by that reckoning, we'd say the date was right about this time. We don't know what Pharaoh it was. It's almost impossible to reconstruct the particulars of the dates of the pharaohs during this time, and so we just have to leave that to open speculation. But in any event, Joseph is installed in that position at that point. 7 years of plenty, which Joseph has just predicted, and as a result of that, there is an accumulation of grain. God blesses Egypt abundantly, and Joseph is in the position of storing all of this away in anticipation of the famine that's going to come 7 years down the road. So this seems to be taking place during this period of time. Back at the ranch in the south, the 14th dynasty, 13th and 14th are over, and the 17th dynasty starts. Remember, these are concurrent. The 17th dynasty begins to develop some traction. This is going to be in 1663, right at the tail end of these years of plenty, and it may very well be that it was in part the plenty of those years that gave them the ability to start establishing some horsepower, and they are eventually going to be those who drive out the Hyksos. And so these in the 17th dynasty now are beginning to have designs on reuniting Egypt under one great authority. So that's happening in the south. In 1662, the following year, we have the beginning of this 7 years of famine recorded in Genesis 41. Joseph's family moves to Egypt in the year 1660. You know the story, I reviewed it briefly a little bit earlier. The brothers come down, they are discovered by Joseph, and of course the interaction that takes place there is a lot of fun to read. But the long and short of it is that we have the whole family, Jacob, all of those who are associated with him, maybe several thousands of them, move to Egypt, and they move into a region called Goshen. Goshen is part of the delta region at the very north of the Nile as it flows into the Mediterranean Sea. It was the richest, most comfortable region of Egypt, and probably even under famine conditions, it would have been a fairly comfortable place to live. And so it's here in Goshen that the Hyksos, who controlled that region, permit Jacob and his family to live, and they live there for some time to come. It's always been a very interesting question. Is there any archaeological evidence of a Jewish population living in that region dating back to that time frame? And there's been all kinds of attempts to discover whether there are some evidences along those lines. It's rather ticklish to engage in this kind of investigation because, generally speaking, Egyptian political realities are somewhat hostile to attempts to vindicate the Old Testament record in ways that either favor the Jewish tradition or favor Christian tradition. Egypt, which is largely Islamic, as you know, generally doesn't like good press for Jews or Christians, you know. And so when archaeologists come in with the stated purpose of wanting to vindicate the Old Testament record, they run into difficulties. It has not been impossible, it has been difficult. Nevertheless, there has been a fair amount of what I think is fairly exciting work that's been done in the last 30 to 40 years in this region of what's called Goshen. And so there have been discoveries that have been somewhat interesting and I think from a Christian point of view, very encouraging. One of the most interesting of them is the discovery of a kind of peculiar architecture which is unknown to Egypt but common in later Israel. And the architecture would involve a kind of horseshoe-shaped structure, such as is pictured here by an architect's drawing, but you can see the distinctive character of it. It would have a kind of large dwelling area that forms a horseshoe, and then out in the front of it is a courtyard. That was a very distinctive Hebrew sort of architectural design. In fact, some of the stories in the New Testament presuppose this particular arrangement. You recall the parable Jesus tells of the rich man and Lazarus. And the picture there is the rich man is having breakfast, you know, eating a Danish and drinking coffee and reading the Wall Street Journal. And at the gate, visible to him, but just outside, would be this poor man Lazarus. He's essentially on the street, but he is in a situation where he can see. And it says he would be happy to have some of the crumbs that fell from the guy's table, but he was not permitted to enter. You know, that story presupposes this kind of arrangement. When Jesus is on trial, the home of Caiaphas was arranged this way. So Peter is in the courtyard outside warming himself as Jesus is being, you know, carried back and forth from one room to another in this sort of railroad trial that's going on. And that's why Jesus could actually look Peter in the eye while Peter is outside warming himself, because Jesus is being taken across that courtyard from one room to another. The point here is, you don't find Egyptians building houses this way, but we have found in the delta region there this kind of distinctive architecture, and at least suggests that there was a Hebrew or at best a Semitic population that was there, and it dates back to this time frame. So I think those who watch these things are quite intrigued by it. All right, so this takes place in 1660. 1646, at 130 years old, Jacob dies. Jacob has been reunited with his son, thinking he was dead. This is a wonderful reunion and a wonderful kind of change in all of the expectations that Jacob otherwise had. And so those last several years, we can be happy about the way in which the life of Jacob wound up being much better than he had certainly anticipated. A few years later, in 1590, Joseph dies. This is 110 years old. You remember he was born in 1700. Now he's dying in 1590. The Hyksos are driven out by the 17th dynasty in 1570, only 20 years later. And that is a great change in the political environment of Egypt. We hear that the first pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, it says a pharaoh rose who did not know Joseph. Well, it isn't that he never heard of Joseph. That was fairly recent history. He didn't know Joseph in the sense of having any regard for him or respect for him, because Joseph was Semitic, Joseph was associated with the Hyksos, and all those Hyksos were hated. And part of what the new dynasty wanted to do was get rid of every memory of the Hyksos, get rid of every favorable comment about them, and pretend it never happened. And so the 18th dynasty represents a dynasty of deep hostility, not only to the Hyksos, but to the remaining Hebrews, who of course were still in Goshen and now become the target of a very different political attitude as they begin to be reduced to slave status. And that slave status is going to continue for another 100 years or so. The Exodus will take place in 1450 in round numbers, and this dynasty comes in at 1570. So it's about 120 years later or so that we have those events taking place. So this is kind of the basic lay of the land.
The Egyptian papyrus itself is dated to only a few generations after Joseph and contains information about Asiatic slaves during this period. It contains at least 95 entries, including names, nationalities, and jobs that these slaves carried out. The first thing that we noted is that some of the names on the list are similar to those within the Bible. The second was that the job description given to these slaves can be compared to the story of Joseph. The title of one of the slaves is a house servant. The Bible begins with Joseph as a servant in Potiphar's house, then follows his advancement to become the overseer of his house. This papyrus, it seems, serves as a confirmation of the title and duties of Joseph. But also, as we look to the Bible itself, we found ourselves paying attention to the name of Joseph's master. Potiphar is not a name grounded in Hebrew or Babylonian as some may have once claimed, but it is an Egyptian name meaning the gift of Ra, who is of course an Egyptian god. Now we knew that Joseph's job title and his master's name are rooted in Egyptian history. We felt compelled to seek for more.
On an island just below the first cataract of the Nile, an ancient inscription written around the 4th century BC was found which claimed to be a copy of a document written by Pharaoh Djoser more than 1,000 years earlier. It is the story of a land grant made by the Pharaoh to the priests of the god Num. It tells of 7 years of famine and 7 years of plenty, how Pharaoh had a dream and consulted his chancellor for help. It contains most elements of the 7 years of famine and 7 years of plenty story, although they were corrupted in this account written over 1,000 years after the event took place. But most importantly, the priests who wrote this inscription were relying upon the land grants made by this pharaoh to justify their claim to some land. They were not writing what they believed was an ancient myth. They obviously believed the land grants made by Pharaoh Djoser to still be valid and of enough authority to still be in effect well over 1,000 years later. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh. Ancient Egyptian records list Djoser as the 16th Pharaoh of Egypt, and historians have classified him with the so-called Third Dynasty. His chancellor, named Imhotep, was first known through the writings of the Egyptian historian Manetho, who in the 3rd century BC wrote, "During Djoser's reign there lived a man named Imhotep, who had the reputation of the Greek god of medicine, and who invented the art of building with hewn stone." The legends attributed to Imhotep were so incredible that he was considered to be mythical until this century, when excavations at Djoser's pyramid complex revealed the base of a statue with the name Djoser on it and the name Imhotep, with his long list of titles, one of which was Chief under the King, a title which first appears with Imhotep and also was first bestowed upon Joseph. Imhotep was also the architect of Pharaoh Djoser's pyramid and surrounding complex, a veritable city within a city of incredible beauty and extremely advanced in design. Built on the plateau of Saqqara adjacent to ancient Memphis, the pyramid within the complex is the first ever built in Egypt. Ron Wyatt spent a great deal of time here searching for evidence which might shed light on the biblical account. Such an event as the famine described in the story of Joseph and the distribution of grain to the other countries would have required a major facility and system of organization. When the famine came and Joseph's brothers came from Canaan to get grain from Egypt, we are told that they went to Joseph, which indicates that he personally oversaw the distribution, at least to those coming from foreign countries. And this would mean that there was certainly a central location or granary to which the foreigners came. The complex at Saqqara contains 11 massive pits, which even the Egyptians are at a loss to explain. They are not tombs, for all tombs were underground and carefully sealed, while these were accessible from the surface, and they are extremely large. But most fascinating is the fact that they are all connected by chutes. Ron believes these were the grain storage pits of the 7-year famine. As grain was removed from one pit, grain from the other pits flowed through the chutes, making the grain always accessible from one location. These are within the wall of the step pyramid complex, which has only one entrance, and it opens to a long covered passageway with small cubicles on each side, each just the right size for a person to sit with perhaps a small table. The narrow, singular entrance would have allowed only a few people to enter at a time. There was no doubt in Ron's mind that this was the main center of grain distribution on a massive scale.
As people arrived to get their grain, they lined up to enter the long corridor. Inside, they paid one of the cashiers in one of the cubicles for the grain. After payment was made, perhaps they were given a sack for grain which reflected the amount of their payment. Then they proceeded through the corridor straight to the area of the grain bins. Once there, they descended the stairway next to the storage bins, handed their sack to a worker who filled it with grain and returned it to them. Then they exited through a small door on the lower level, which led to the outside of the complex.
When the pits were first excavated, bits of grain still remained in them. During the 7-year famine, Egypt gained great wealth and prominence among the nations through the selling of the grain. The Egyptians who lived in their cities along the Nile had little to do during the famine, since they had a 7-year supply of grain to rely on and were able to devote their time to the building projects of the Pharaoh, not as slaves, but as grateful subjects. The family of Jacob, who lived in the delta, separate from the native population, prospered and grew, exempt from the 1/5 taxation levied on the native population. From the time Jacob's family came to Egypt until the birth of Moses, many pharaohs had come and gone, many ruling contemporaneously with others in different regions. But until now, all recognized the rights granted to the people of Israel to live in the land of Ramses. But that was about to change.
Last time we were together, we were just leaving off the end of this Hyksos period. The Hyksos, as you know, were foreigners, and thus the native Egyptians didn't like them. Generally, people don't like to be ruled by foreigners, but the Hyksos had been able to insinuate themselves into the life of Egypt such that, at least for a time, you have this Semitic ruler or rulers in Egypt. But we were mentioning last time we were together, in the south of Egypt, there was a new movement afoot to try to drive them out. This was the 17th dynasty. It was during a period, it was intermediate. There was decentralized authority. But the 17th dynasty finally launched its attack and was able to defeat them and drive the Hyksos out and reestablish a kingdom. So you recall that in Egyptian history you've got kingdom periods and intermediate periods. Kingdom periods are centralized authority, one ruler over the whole land. Intermediate periods are decentralized, where you've got two or more rulers. So we have a new kingdom, and that's what it's called, the new kingdom now, which lasts for about 500 years, and it comes at the tail end of the Hyksos era because the Hyksos have been driven out. The first dynasty of this New Kingdom era is called the 18th dynasty. It's one of the most interesting dynasties of all of Egyptian history. Some of the most famous names of pharaohs come from this. Tutankhamun was an 18th dynasty pharaoh. Akhenaten was an 18th dynasty pharaoh. Hatshepsut was an 18th dynasty pharaoh, and others as well. So this is a time that really is fascinating, and usually if people know anything about Egyptian history, they'll know something about the 18th dynasty. What's interesting is that if we do a straight chronological overlay of the Exodus story based on the facial biblical chronology, the Exodus would take place during the 18th dynasty. That's based on a statement that's made over in 2 Kings, or 1 Kings, I think it is, that says that the building of the temple by Solomon was precisely 480 years after the Exodus. And we know pretty closely the reign of Solomon, and so just by doing some simple arithmetic, we can go backwards and we find out that if that's correct, and it's a pretty straightforward statement, then that would put the Exodus right in the middle of the 18th dynasty. Now what I'm doing here is taking, I think, the most commonly accepted chronology of 18th dynasty events. This is not driven by any biblical agenda. This is what you'd get from, I think, the best Egyptologists out there these days. These would be the accepted dates for events in the 18th dynasty, and just laying on top of it the chronology of the Exodus and see if anything matches up, you see. Egypt does not give us any reference to the Exodus. We don't have any hieroglyph that shows the waters parting and the children of Israel running across the Red Sea. We don't have that. We're not surprised at that. Typically, the ancients didn't report their great defeats, you know. Usually, it was propaganda. And in propagandistic terms, you tend to minimize bad news and maximize good news. And so we're not surprised that the Exodus is not mentioned. But the question is, do we find any plausible sort of correlation between the Exodus account on the one hand and what's commonly accepted Egyptian history on the other? So I want to give you, right up front, full disclaimer, this is hypothesis. I'm not teaching this as Bible truth. I'm simply saying that when you take these two accounts, accepted Egyptian history and facial biblical chronology, and lay them on top of each other, this is the story you get. I'm not going to keep apologizing. I just want to say up front, please understand we're kind of in a hypothetical world here, but let's see if the story makes sense. All right, so that's what's going on. The first king of the 18th dynasty was a guy by the name of Ahmose. He rules for some 25 years, 1570 to 1546. He left a lot of nice snapshots. This is one of them. He is, first of all, credited, probably most famously, with finishing up the project of driving out the Hyksos. The king, who was the last king of the 17th dynasty, was named Kamose. He was killed, apparently, in the battles with the Hyksos. We found his mummy. It really shows some pretty dramatic evidence of brutal loss of life. I mean, big gaping holes in the skull, that kind of thing. I show the pictures to my junior high students. They love to see it. I thought I'd spare you, but nevertheless, the dynasty ends then with Kamose, and so the guy that sort of does the mop-up at the end of it is Ahmose. And he's a new family, but he's credited with driving out the Hyksos. He establishes Egypt's first standing army. Up until this time, armies were mustered ad hoc. But Ahmose was so concerned about the Hyksos threat that he decides to create a professional standing army to guard the borders of Egypt. And this is the first time in Egyptian history we have a paid professional army that's 24/7 out there guarding the borders. Another interesting aspect of the 18th dynasty and this pharaoh is he's the first guy to use the high-tech weaponry of the day known as the chariot. Egypt had never used chariots to our knowledge up until this moment, but he's the one that incorporates them. We're interested in that because, of course, the Exodus story itself prominently mentions chariots. And if we knew that Egypt didn't have chariots by then, it would be an anachronism we'd have to deal with. But at this point, we know there were chariots, and they were the kind that would have fit the description that we find in the biblical account. It's very likely that this pharaoh, Ahmose, is the pharaoh who is referred to in Exodus chapter 1 as the pharaoh who did not know Joseph. That's not to say that he'd never heard of Joseph, or that he had no acquaintance with the history even of Joseph. He probably knew all of that. Joseph was presumably a fairly well-known figure. But it had been 100 years since the great events in which Joseph was a central player. Joseph died at 130 years old. He was 30 years old when he became vizier in Egypt. And so, some time has passed. But more importantly, Joseph represented that Hebrew population that was associated with the Hyksos. And so even though the Hebrews were not driven out, this is why this Pharaoh would have all of a sudden had a very new and negative attitude toward these Hebrews, because they were associated with the Hyksos, who themselves were despised and hated. And so it accounts, at least to some degree, for the concern that this Pharaoh would have that if the Hyksos reinvaded, these Hebrews might become a fifth column within Egypt to join the enemies. And in fact, that very concern is expressed in Exodus as part of the rationale for why this particular Pharaoh became so brutal in his treatment of the Hebrews. So that's basically the story of Ahmose. The next guy is named Amenhotep I. He reigns for about 25 years. Good-looking guy. Didn't leave a whole lot of records of his reign, and from our point of view, it's not all that important to do too much detail on him. He seems to have carried out the policies of his father Ahmose, and that would certainly include negative policies that would have been applied to the Hebrews. The next character, however, is of some interest to us. This is Thutmose I. And he reigns not for that long, about 8 years. He takes the throne in 1524. He is not of the family line. He married into the family because Amenhotep I died without a male heir, and it was reckoned in Egyptian thought that the real line came through the female anyway, and so somebody from outside could marry a royal wife and sort of become, by a bootstrap effect, a legitimate pharaoh. And that's the way that Thutmose got into the line here. So it's the same dynasty, but he marries the royal daughter of Amenhotep I and becomes then the next pharaoh. He doesn't reign for that long, but we are interested in him, first of all, because he was a great military character, and all of these Thutmose guys were. Thutmose I, of course, was military, and he was very concerned about beefing up the defenses and making strong the army and so on. And he did engage in some military campaigns that were fairly successful. We're also interested in him, however, because though he had no sons, by his royal wife he had one daughter, and her name was Hatshepsut. And Hatshepsut, if the chronology lines up correctly, would be the daughter of Pharaoh that recovered Moses from the river. We know that the Exodus would have taken place 480 years prior to the building of the temple. That would be about the year 1447 to 1445, somewhere in that time frame. We know that Moses was 80 years old at the time of the Exodus, so you add 80 more years, and that puts his birth right about at the beginning of the reign of Thutmose, or possibly at the tail end of the reign of Amenhotep. So again, in terms of just lining up the chronologies, this would be about the time of the birth of Moses, and Hatshepsut would be the most obvious candidate as a daughter of Pharaoh who would have recovered Moses from the river. And so we're going to assume that for the time being, because that seems to be the most plausible explanation of things. The family gets a little bit complicated here, so I want to try to give you some idea just what's going on. We have Thutmose. He has no sons by his royal wife. To the Egyptians, it was very important that the successor to the throne be connected to the royal wife. The problem is, in the case of Thutmose, the only living descendant he had was Hatshepsut. He had two sons by her, they both died. And so we have one daughter, and of course the Egyptians were a little nervous about having a female pharaoh. And Thutmose I was concerned about that. He had, however, another son by a minor wife, or possibly a concubine, and that was the son that came to be called Thutmose II. But the problem is, sons that were born by minor wives didn't have as clear a claim to the throne. And so Thutmose I arranged a happy relationship here between Hatshepsut on the one hand and Thutmose II on the other, her half-brother. Now we, of course, are a little offended that the ancient Egyptians would do this, but actually it was worse than this. Sometimes you would have full brother and sister marriages back in those days, and that was practiced in Egypt, not uncommonly. Most other ancient civilizations didn't engage in that. But in any event, this was pretty much an accepted practice. And of course, through Hatshepsut, that gave Thutmose II a clear-cut legitimacy in terms of his claim to be the succeeding pharaoh. And so he takes over, and he's married to his half-sister Hatshepsut, and they reign together for 14 years. He was never in very good health. He did not have any sons. He had one daughter by Hatshepsut, and we don't know anything about her. But he also had a son by a harem girl, and that guy came to be called Thutmose III. Thutmose II died at a fairly early age. He was never in good health, and that would make Thutmose III the successor to the throne. But again, you have a legitimacy problem because he's born of a fairly minor wife, and he's only a kid. You know, he was about 8 years old when his father, Thutmose II, died. Hatshepsut, bless her heart, steps up and say, hey, I'll mind the shop until Tutmos III is old enough to take over. Thank you, Hatshepsut. She's just a wonderful, giving person, you know. And so that's what happens. So just to summarize that little complicated piece of the puzzle, we have Tutmos I, 1524 to 1518. Then you've got Tutmos II and wife Hatshepsut, 1518 to 1504. Then you've got Tutmos III and Hatshepsut as regent, 1504 to 1498. And then, voila, you have Hatshepsut. She's shrewd. People have likened her to Queen Elizabeth I or somebody like that. She is astute on steroids, you know. She's just... And so she always probably had her eye on the throne. And so when she offers to be regent, while Tutmos is a little boy, she probably already had designs to shuffle him off somewhere else, and that's what she did. Probably the biggest single blunder that she made in her career was that she shuffled Tutmos III off as a boy off to the military. Not a smart move. She was not well liked by the military because she was kind of a pacifist. She didn't like warfare. She never went to war. She wanted to engage in peaceful relationships with her neighbors, and so she was actually kind of diminishing the status of the military, and I think she thought she could diminish the status of Tutmos III at the same time. But of course the military was somewhat resentful of that particular strategy. She preferred trading to raiding. And that was really something she was pretty good at, and Egypt did well and was really quite successful and prosperous under her reign. She always had a problem convincing the Egyptian people that she was really, for real, a pharaoh. She'd wear the fake beard. I mean, everyone knew she was female. She wasn't trying to fool anyone in that sense, but she wore the false beard and otherwise carried herself off as a genuine pharaoh. But of course, the ancient Egyptians were never quite so sure, you know, that that was exactly a legitimate claim. And one of the things she did to try to persuade them was she built a really remarkable mortuary temple. And I'm guessing somebody in this room has been there. Has anybody ever, have you been there? What was it like? Did you get to walk through it, Carolyn? Was it impressive? Yeah, it's commonly understood as just a great propaganda piece. And so as you go through it, you find all kinds of artwork, all kinds of, you know, hieroglyphs and other sorts of things that are intended to communicate to the Egyptian people, this pharaoh is a true and legitimate ruler of Egypt. And part of the message that's communicated there was that the gods, you know, were presiding at her birth, and they were there giving, you know, kind of orchestrating this whole thing that she would become the next pharaoh. How much the Egyptian people were persuaded by that remains an open question, but in any event, that's what she was trying to do. About the time that she becomes the exclusive pharaoh, Moses would be about 30 years of age. It has been hypothesized by some that Hatshepsut, who had no male heirs, may have been grooming her adopted son, Moses, to be her successor. That would be at least plausible. We don't have any record that that was in fact the case, but we wouldn't expect to have any such record. But it certainly would make sense. So it could be that Moses was actually someone who, at least by this time in history, envisioned that he could be the next pharaoh. If that's the case, Moses, who certainly knew his Hebrew background, may have seen this as a wonderful opportunity that God himself had ordained by which he, with the authority of Pharaoh, could lift the burdens on his people. He seems to have had designs to somehow help them in their unhappy circumstances some way or other. And it may very well be that Moses was anticipating being able to play that role and perform that service at that time. But in any event, we can assume he was a major player in the administration of Hatshepsut and probably had some considerable responsibilities. Josephus certainly gives us some hint that that would be the case, and that would be the traditional Jewish understanding of it. Unfortunately for Hatshepsut, however, Tutmos III kept growing. And as time went on, of course, this little boy became a man, and he became a man who was a central rallying point for the military of Egypt. He was extremely popular. He was a person who had evident military prowess and indeed genius, and that was recognized. And so, over time, the military continued to give him increasing loyalty and support, and I suppose encouragement that he should take what was rightfully his, which is the throne. So in about the mid-1480s, we have a somewhat obscure set of circumstances. It's not clear exactly what happened. All we know is that Hatshepsut died somewhat unexpectedly. Was she poisoned? Was there a palace coup? Not clear. Was it violent? Was it subterfuge? Don't know. But she wasn't old enough to just die of natural causes, but somehow she disappears from the scene in the mid-1480s. Well, that puts Moses, if this is all correct, in a bit of a pickle, you see. Because he, of course, is fully associated with Hatshepsut, and insofar as she is viewed as the enemy by Thutmose III, he is viewed as the enemy as well. And this may very well be the reason that Moses, when he was pushing 40, decided to go out and actually make contact with his Jewish, neighbors, friends, family, and so on. And at least the account from Exodus indicates that that's what he did. He went out to see how they were doing, and obviously went out not just for a friendly visit, not just having a cup of coffee. He was going out there with designs to play a role for them. In the New Testament we hear he had thought that God was going to use him to liberate the people. And it may be that he thought, okay, this is my chance. I'm going to spend my political capital right now, right here, before this storm really breaks loose. I'm going to go out and do what I can to liberate these people. Well, you know the story. He gets caught in a labor dispute and winds up using some of his martial arts that I'm sure he learned in the palace there on one of the Egyptian taskmasters, and he's got a dead body on his hands, and that presents a problem. With the political winds changing, you can imagine that Thutmose III, who already would like to get rid of Moses, now has every reason to do so. The guy now can be accused legitimately of murder. Moses seems to feel that he's blown his big chance and he has to flee. And so about this time, Moses fled. The route that is indicated, he went to Midian, and so the likely route would be across the northern part of the Sinai Peninsula. This was a well-known, well-used trade route, and it would get him safe from Egypt, outside the jurisdiction, outside really the influence of Egypt, to a place called Midian. Midian is part of present-day Saudi Arabia. It's part of the Arabian Peninsula. It's a well-known region. There's no controversy about where it is in terms of a modern map, and that would be about the location right there. So that would be the route that Moses probably took, and by so doing, he gets free and he settles in. You know the story of Moses. He finds there a family, a kind of a clan. He attaches himself to a fellow named Reuel. He marries one of their daughters. One of his daughters, Zipporah, has a couple of kids. And probably from the point of view of Moses, he thought, had my big chance, blew it, it's over. I'm going to be tending sheep for the rest of my life. And indeed, he is there for a good long time. Meantime, back at the ranch, Thutmose III has now successfully acquired the throne. So while Moses is off tending sheep, Thutmose is distinguishing himself as undoubtedly one of the greatest military geniuses of Egyptian history. His first order of business is to rewrite Egyptian history as best he can and get rid of any favorable references to Hatshepsut. This was his stepmother. This was someone he hated, and he wanted to basically just eliminate her from the annals. He didn't succeed. We know a whole lot about Hatshepsut, but nevertheless he does the best he can to try to get rid of memories of her. He then launches a series of very, very successful military campaigns in a variety of directions. He extends the borders of Egypt southward into Nubia, or what we would call Ethiopia, but more interestingly, he also pushes in a major campaign up into Canaan. And so Thutmose is the guy who's actually able to extend, by a kind of hegemony, the control of Egypt into Canaan, all the way up so that it touches the other major empire of the day, which was the Hittite Empire. Now, you know the Hittites are mentioned passingly in the Old Testament. We never hear a whole lot of description of them. We don't hear about them the way we hear of the Assyrians or the Babylonians, but nevertheless they are mentioned. Who's the most famous Hittite in the Old Testament? Most famous? Uriah, thank you. Yeah, Uriah the Hittite, remember, the husband of Bathsheba, who comes to a bad end. And so anyway, the Hittites are mentioned. And there was a Hittite empire up in what we would call Turkey, it's Anatolia. And Thutmose is able to push the boundaries of Egypt at this time all the way up to where it actually hits the border of the Hittites. And that became a great standoff for a long time. This contest between the Hittites wanting to move south and the Egyptians wanting to push north. And the balance point, the point where the two empires sort of touched each other, was a city called Kadesh, Kadesh. And Kadesh is right there at the point where those two empires met. There's a famous battle in history called the Battle of Kadesh. It was fought by Hattushili, who was a Hittite, and Ramses II, who was an Egyptian. And it was fought in about 1276 in the very middle of the period that we would call the period of the Judges. And I want to look at that, not today, but we're going to look at the Hittites in 2 weeks. We're going to look at the rest of Egyptian history next week, then the Hittites the week after that. Then we're going to celebrate Christmas for 3 weeks. And then we're going to come back in January and start up looking at the Assyrians. So that's kind of the agenda, in case you think I'm wandering aimlessly in the desert here. I do have a plan, and that's the plan right at the moment. So anyway, this is Thutmose III, very successful, very powerful, awesome ruler, one of the most respected and famous military rulers military-oriented rulers of Egypt in all of her history. Well, of course, while he's reigning, Moses is tending sheep in Midian, and probably is just trying to forget all of those experiences there. The successor to Thutmose takes the throne at the death of his father. He's a legitimate son. There's no question, no contest about succession at this point. His name is Amenhotep II. He reigns for about 30 years. If our chronology is correct, this would be the pharaoh of the Exodus. So it's a new young pharaoh. It's not Thutmose, it's this new son who comes on in about 1450. As I said earlier, the Exodus would be, by biblical reckoning, 1447 to 1445, sometime in that time frame. Amenhotep II was a very competent ruler. He left some artifacts. This is a little statue of him. It's actually a pretty good sized statue of him in a kind of worship setting, offering gifts to a god, and this is found at the Egyptian Museum. He was young, he was athletic, he was ambitious. He had all of the DNA of his father. He had all of the intentions of simply solidifying and consolidating and extending the great achievements of his father, Thutmose III. He had big shoes to walk in, but I think he thought he was up to it. We have interesting little images of him. This is a pretty well-known granite stele in which Amenhotep II is shown. I don't know how well you can see it, but he's in a chariot to the left of the image there, and he's shooting arrows. This chariot is being pulled by a horse at a rapid speed. So this is the picture is, here's Amenhotep II in a chariot that's racing down across the, well, you know, whatever the plain there, and he's shooting arrows at a target and hitting the bullseye with every one of them, you see. And the likelihood is that that was pretty accurate. That was the kind of guy he was. He was somebody that liked to be out there in the action. He was full of himself. He was young, he was arrogant. He was exactly the kind of person you would expect Moses to be dealing with in the account of the Exodus. And so we have this Amenhotep II. The first few years of his reign, he's very active. He's out engaging in military campaigns fairly aggressively and with some degree of success. But around the year 1447, 1446, somewhere in there, this old guy, 80 years old, comes in to his courtroom and says, "Let my people go." And so it's going to be right at this point, around 1447, that we have then the events that are connected with the Exodus. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail in terms of the plagues. I've talked about this before, and some of you were in the class that we did last year on the book of Exodus, in which we went in some painful detail into each of the plagues and kind of the ecologic of them and so on. So I'm going to bypass that and just let you know that that material's out there if you're interested in it. And for purposes of expediency, I'm just going to mention to you there were 10 plagues. And it was not fun for the Egyptians. And they did represent a kind of calculated attack on, first of all, the Pharaoh as a sort of godlike character, and secondly, on the pantheon of gods in Egypt. And so when we look at the plagues, we can see that there is an interesting design to them, in which in some ways the gods of Egypt are being made fun of, or even worse, are beginning to be what appear to be gods who are attacking the Egyptians. The Nile River becomes blood, that kind of thing. The frogs that were worshipped are attacking the Egyptians. So the whole thing makes a kind of great parody of the Egyptian pantheon and so on. And you know the story. By the time we get to the end of the 10 plagues, Amenhotep has had enough. It probably took about a year for all of these plagues to be unleashed. If you read them carefully, the account, it seems that you keep an eye on the seasons as they're described and so on. It probably took about a year. And by the time we get to the Passover night and the death of the firstborn, we have this Pharaoh, Amenhotep, who had been so arrogant, so convinced of his own power and so on, ready to cave in.
The Ipuwer Papyrus, also called Admonitions of Ipuwer, is a controversial text that some scholars believe is proof of the biblical Exodus. The main controversy about the text is that it puts the Exodus many centuries earlier than what the Bible or the Torah claims. It places the events sometime around the first intermediate period, just at the end of the Old Kingdom, which to some is considered the Dark Ages of ancient Egypt. Meanwhile, the book of Jasher, like the Torah, speaks a great deal about the Exodus, but also places the Exodus centuries earlier than what the Torah says. The book of Jasher is an alternate Hebrew text of the events of the Old Testament from Abraham to Moses and Joshua, but it certainly has a more mythological feel to it. Before I get to that, here are a few comparisons between the text of the papyrus and the Exodus as written in the Torah. A nice comparison was written by Rabbi Mordecai Becker. It is the first link in the description box for reference. The papyrus. Plague is throughout the land, blood is everywhere, or the river is blood. The Torah. All the waters of the river were turned into blood. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt, and the river stank. The papyrus. The land is without light. Exodus. And there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt. The papyrus. Forsooth, the children of princes are dashed against the walls. He who places his brother in the ground is everywhere. They're talking about everyone burying their brother. It is groaning throughout the land, mingled with lamentations. The Torah. And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive that was in the prison. There was not a house where there was not one dead. There was a great cry in Egypt. The papyrus. Gold and lapis lazuli, silver and malachite, carnelian and bronze are fastened on the neck of female slaves. The Torah. And they requested from the Egyptians silver and gold articles and clothing, and God made the Egyptians favor them, and they granted their request. The Israelites thus drained Egypt of its wealth. Now the book of Jasher specifically names the Pharaoh that lived during the days of Moses, both actually. The Pharaoh in the days of Moses' youth, and his son, with whom Moses and Aaron contended with to free the Israelites from slavery. This will be the second link provided in the description box below. Adikam was 20 years old when he reigned over Egypt. He reigned 4 years. In the 206th year of Israel's going down to Egypt did Adikam reign over Egypt, but he continued not so long in his reign over Egypt as his fathers had continued their reigns. For Malol, his father, reigned 94 years in Egypt, but he was 10 years sick and died, for he had been wicked before the Lord. 94 years. That's quite a specific length of rule for a man called Malol, and afterwards 4 years of which Adikam ruled over Egypt during the Exodus itself. Okay, let's compare that to a list of pharaohs. Surely someone with a length of rule of 94 years should show up if this was correct. This will be the third link provided in the description box below. Oh, and there it is. Pepi II, Neferkari, who ruled from 2278 to 2184 BCE. That's exactly 94 years. He is the second to last pharaoh of the Old Kingdom, just as scholars have placed the events of the Ipuwer papyrus that they believe is the Egyptian version of the Exodus. Amazing, right? Even more, the next ruler, named Adikam in the Book of Jasher, is said to have ruled 4 years. In the list of pharaohs, we have Nitikret, or Nitocris, who ruled for 3 years. That's pretty darn close. Now, on a side note, Manetho believed Nitikret was a female, but as the Book of Jasher relates, the first child of Malol was Bathia the elder, who was the daughter that raised Moses. Here, check it out. Book of Jasher, chapter 76. And these were their names. The firstborn Othri, the second Adikam, and the third Morion, and their sisters, the name of the elder, Bathia, and the other Akuzi. And Othri, the firstborn of the king, was an idiot, precipitate, and hurried in his words. But Adikam was cunning, and wise man, and knowing in all the wisdom of Egypt, but of unseemly aspect, thick in flesh, and very short in stature. His height was 1 cubit. So, now we have two ancient texts pointing to the same time, the end of the Old Kingdom, for Exodus. But the good folks who follow the Torah were told it was much later. So it begs the question, is the timeline of the Torah incorrect? Some would even say that asking such a thing is blasphemous. But this wouldn't be the first time. For example, the famine stela seems to match up with the biblical famine that happened during the days of Joseph as he ruled over Egypt. The famine stela places that pharaoh as Djoser and Joseph as Imhotep, who ruled in the 3rd dynasty, which again places that even much further back than what the Torah relates. There's already a really good video explaining this. It's the 4th link in the description box. I love that video, so if you have a moment to watch it, you might just be surprised. Personally, I do not doubt that the events happened. It's just a matter of whose timeline to believe, which in the end will ultimately be up to you.
Which way did the children of Israel escape? This has been a highly controversial question that remains largely unresolved. I don't think there's any majority view out there. I'm happy to say that to you because it's one of those rare occasions when I can say I'm in the minority, but I'm really sure I'm right. So I'm going to give you my hypothesis. It's certainly not my invention. It's been around for a long time. It is the view taken by many people who take very seriously the biblical account. It has been, as you're probably aware, fashionable, especially in some more critical or liberal schools, to minimize, and in some cases even deny, but at least to minimize the Exodus. One of the interesting little points of ambiguity is the Hebrew term Yam Suf, which is translated Red Sea, can also be easily rendered Sea of Reeds. You're probably familiar with that. You've probably heard that. Now, that's interesting. We also know in the Old Testament that the Red Sea is referred to by that very name. So, one way or another, it doesn't prove anything necessarily, but it does create an ambiguity. So some have suggested that the Exodus was really the children of Israel escaping across a fairly narrow body of water that was kind of, with reeds and things sort of, and then the chariots of Pharaoh rolled in there, got stuck in the mud, and later historiographers of the Jewish people greatly embellished the story, and we have this extravagant, dramatic account of the Exodus and so on, but it really wasn't like that at all. People who take the biblical account more seriously, like your Sunday school teacher, don't find that a very satisfying explanation. But it still has been problematic trying to understand just exactly where it took place and how it took place. I'm going to give you a hypothesis. I'm certainly not going to say to you this is for sure the case. It's just simply a view that's been taken by some. But I wanted you to see this map because at least it gives some idea of the various explanations that you'll run into. One of the things that has been somewhat confusing is the whole question, where is Mount Sinai? And if you look at this map, you'll see at the very bottom of it, at the base of the Sinai Peninsula is a place called Jebel Musa, literally Mount of Moses. And that has been traditionally viewed as the place where Moses got the Ten Commandments. And indeed today, if you were to call up a travel agent and say, I want to go to that Mount Sinai where Moses got the Ten Commandments, that's where they would send you. That has been the conventional view of it. That view, however, can clearly be traced back to Christian monks of the 2nd century. It's never been a Jewish view at all. There are Herculean arguments against that. At the time that the children of Israel left Egypt, there was a huge Egyptian population there, for example, including a fairly significant military presence right there. There were mining operations. It's really kind of hard to imagine 1 million Israelites winding up there, spending a couple of years, and not having at least some significant problems with the huge Egyptian population that was there. It's also hard to imagine why this would be the mountain where Moses was tending sheep and saw the burning bush, because that's the same mountain, you see. He was in Midian, and that's a long way to take sheep, down to this arid place in the middle at the bottom of Mount Sinai where he could find a burning bush. More probable is the view, and this has been widely, I think, accepted by many. Again, it's not my private view by any means, that Mount Sinai is really a mountain. Though it's called Mount Sinai, it's also called Horeb, and it's in the region of Midian. So that would change the whole story as well. Anyway, I just show you that map to give you some idea of the possible routes, but I'm going to suggest to you one hypothesis here just for your interest. It would suggest to us that if you look at this map, the great body of water to the bottom is the Red Sea. And then the Red Sea has two arms, you see, and those two arms reach up and form the Sinai Peninsula. The left-hand arm is called the Suez, and the Suez Canal, as you know, is there. The right-hand arm is called the Gulf of Aqaba. And in terms of trying to find a plausible way in which you could refer to the Red Sea as at the same time a place where an Exodus crossing could take place, it would obviously be this Gulf of Aqaba. And so that has been suggested and at least to some degree examined by some. I don't think anyone agrees that this has been convincingly proven either way. But if that's the case, then the route that was taken by the children of Israel would look something like this. They crossed the Sinai Peninsula and they came probably to the top of the Gulf of Aqaba there, expecting to go off into Midian. I don't know if you caught it, but in the first verses of this chapter, it says this, Then the Lord said to Moses, Tell the Israelites to turn back and camp in front of Pi Hahiroth between Migdol and the sea. Now that's an odd thing, isn't it? They're hot, escaping Egypt, and God says to Moses, turn back. You think just go forward, Well, if they were there at the very topmost edge of the Gulf of Aqaba, expecting to go into Midian, that would be possibly the point where God said that to Moses, turn back. Well, turn back could mean one of three things. Turn back going to the north, but that's already been ruled out because it's the region of the Philistines. And we've already been told earlier in the text they're going to avoid that because they're going to avoid war with the Philistines. It could mean go straight back like a 180, but that would just send them right back to Egypt. That doesn't make sense. The third option would be to go south. That doesn't make a lot of sense because it runs them right down along the eastern side of the Gulf of Aqaba, and it puts them in a very interesting predicament, you see, in terms of escaping, but that seems to be what would have been suggested. If they did that, then they would have come down and probably wound up at a region that's called the Nueva Peninsula. Again, if you just take a look at this, that's about where that line winds up. It's a large, very large, kind of sandy, hard-packed sandy beach. And it extends out into the Gulf of Aqaba. This is a satellite photo of it today, and it looked about the same in the ancient world. If you were to look at it out from, on top of the sea, kind of looking back, that's what it looks like. It's easily large enough to accommodate the number of people who would have been with Moses. They would have come down a fairly narrow wadi or ravine, down these mountainous terrain into this wide open area where they could all be there. But obviously it puts them in a bit of a pickle because there's no escape. And now you've got the chariots of Pharaoh coming down this same ravine, plugging up an escape route to the back. You can't go north or south because you get into, there's no passable terrain there. You just are pushed out into the water. And to go forward, of course, you've got the water of the Gulf of Aqaba. And so it feels, from the point of view of the Israelites, that they have just become bait, sitting there on this Nueva Peninsula, and the chariots of Pharaoh are coming after them. In fact, they are bait, because Pharaoh is going to come and think he's going to capture them, when in fact, God has other designs in mind. Now, with this in mind, I'd like to refer you back to the text that we were just looking at. So we're at Exodus chapter 14, and I'd like to just pick up at verse 10. This is my Sunday school lesson, okay? Every week we need a Sunday school lesson after we do all this history stuff. And I want you to get this lesson. I want you to imagine that you were there with the Israelites on that beach, and you can hear the thundering sound of the chariots coming down that ravine. And you look straight forward and you see nothing but water. And I have a lot of sympathy for these folks, to be honest with you, in terms of what's described. As Moses drew near, the Israelites looked back, and there were the Egyptians advancing on them. In great fear, the Israelites cried out to the Lord. Nothing wrong with that. When you are in great fear, you should cry out to the Lord. That's lesson one. Then they said to Moses, "Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you've taken us away to die in the wilderness?" Of course, there's a lot of kind of sarcastic irony there, because there was no nation in the world more famous for its graves than Egypt. They had mastabas, they had pyramids, they had all kinds of elaborate burial techniques. They were probably more famous for their graves than any other single thing, And so the Israelites are asking Moses, what? The graves in Egypt weren't good enough? We had to escape out here into this place. What have you done bringing us out of Egypt? Isn't this what we told you? I told you so, Let us alone, we'd be better off to serve the Egyptians. It would have been better for us to die there, serving the Egyptians, than to die here in the wilderness. All right. Moses gives now to these people great counsel. I want you to just be aware, as I am, as we all are, that sometimes we are on that beach. And for whatever reasons, whatever circumstances in life have put us there, we can feel the Egyptians closing from behind, and it seems there is no escape. You ever been there? Some of you may be there right now. Financial circumstances, health circumstances, family problems, whatever, has put you on a beach, and it looks like no escape. Nothing we can do. It's over. I would have been better off, back somewhere else. But I trusted God, I obeyed Him, and look at what it got me. Here I am. You ever felt that way? Moses gives 3 pieces of advice to God's people, and I believe this verse is worth memorizing and kind of reciting to yourself every day. Listen to what he says. Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid, stand firm, see the deliverance of the Lord." Do not be afraid. I heard someone say once, I don't know if it's true, I've never done the arithmetic, but I heard someone say once that the phrase, "do not be afraid" or "fear not," occurs in the Bible exactly 365 times. That's a lot of times. It also happens to match up with the number of days in the year, And so the point that was being made was you got one of these for every day of the year. Like I say, I've never added them up, so I don't know if that's true. I'm not teaching that. I'm just saying somebody said that once, I think in a sermon, and it kind of stuck with me. Be aware of this. There's plenty of them in the Bible. And the first counsel that you need to take to heart when you're on that beach and you're feeling the pressure of the circumstance is do not be afraid. The great characteristic of God's people in the face of catastrophe is their equanimity, their trust, their confidence in God. Second thing, stand firm. not get busy, not go do a bunch of stuff, not gen up some new designs, new plans, new strategies. There's a time for that, there's a place for that, but there's also a time to simply say, God, I'm at the end of my rope here. I don't have any other strategies. I don't have any other plans, designs. All I can do is trust you. But that is a posture of standing firm foundation. David often likes to talk about God as the rock upon which we can plant our feet and have this great confidence in him. And then finally, see the deliverance of the Lord. Watch what God will do. Don't fear, stand firm, and watch for what God will do. There's a time in our lives when we should be busy. There's a time when we should be doing things, when we should be active. There's a time when we just need to park, stop, take a deep breath, stand firm, and say, okay, God, what are you going to do? And watch what he does. And that, of course, was what happened with the Israelites. And who could have guessed? I don't even know that Moses had an idea what God would do. But it must have been astonishing beyond all description when they saw God just open a channel. People who've looked at this region of the Gulf of Aqaba have noted there's a very odd anomaly right here. That sandbar that you see actually is the beginning of a kind of long sand bridge that goes all the way, a sort of land bridge, all the way across the Gulf of Aqaba. Most of that gulf is precipitously deep. You couldn't, the children of Israel have to rappel down the sides to get across. It would have been impossible even without the water there, except for right here. But those who've looked at it, and you've got topographical examination and so on, it was actually a fairly shallow walk across from one end to the other, and you would have water on both sides. If the water were taken away, you could still have water on either side, and yet this kind of land bridge extends from one side to the other, and so they could cross. If the chariots of Pharaoh chased in after them, they might have just thought this was some kind of fluke of nature. We've seen a few lately, and the water could have come right back and trapped them there.
And welcome back to The Watchman. For centuries, the belief was that Mount Sinai, the place where God gave Moses the Ten Commandments, was located in Egypt. But a new documentary suggests that the real location of Mount Sinai is not in Egypt, but Saudi Arabia. Folks, this is fascinating stuff. Take a look.
Shortly after I became a Christian, I was probably 11 or 12, and I believed in God at that point, but the big problem I ran into was I didn't necessarily believe in the Bible that was historically accurate. And one of the issues was that Jewish and Christian academics and so-called experts out there were saying that there was very little evidence that the Exodus story ever happened, that it was a myth or greatly exaggerated. And so I had to ask myself, how could I believe in the Bible if the story of Moses and the Exodus wasn't considered true? I became really interested in this theory that the reason evidence wasn't being found was because we were looking in the wrong spot. And that theory got new steam in recent decades because there were a handful of explorers who had heard about the theory and made their way to what they believed was the real Mount Sinai in northwestern Saudi Arabia. But the evidence was confiscated by the Saudis. But I continued to study it, and it really tugged at my heart. And basically a miracle happened. I got this incredible chance to be one of very few outsiders to set foot in this protected area of northwestern Saudi Arabia, where even the locals believe Moses and the Israelites came and left behind evidence. I've gone to Saudi Arabia now 3 times as part of the research into the Exodus story. I was so amazed at the layout of the land and how every little piece of the biblical story of the Exodus lined up, every little detail. So in order to figure out where the Exodus actually happened, you have to figure out where the Red Sea crossing miracle happened. And there's multiple candidates going across the Gulf of Aqaba from Egypt into modern-day Saudi Arabia. The most interesting candidate to me is Egypt's Nuweiba Beach. Thanks to Google Earth and being able to look from above as we've never been able to before, this spot at Nuweiba Beach on the Egyptian side of the possible crossing becomes almost obvious. You need a beach where you can fit millions of people. Those millions of people, the Hebrews, have to be blocked in by canyons, by the mountains, so that Pharaoh's army could have them trapped. The only place they could escape would be through the waters. And right at this location, amazingly, there appears to be an underwater land path. So if the waters were parted, they would need somewhere to walk to. And here, just at this location, there happens to be that underwater land path. So if the waters were parted, they could walk from Egypt through the waters of the Gulf of Aqaba into northwestern Saudi Arabia, into the area that the local Saudis call the Land of Jethro. By this underwater land path going from Egypt's Nuweiba Beach into northwestern Saudi Arabia, there are very interesting coral anomalies that look like the remains of chariots, specifically chariot wheels. And there have been metal detectors brought down by divers that detected circular patterns of metal within the coral. Now, a lot of this would disintegrate over time, obviously, but coral can wrap itself around an object and dissolve it and retain the shape. And so divers who have gone to this area have described it as looking like an ancient junkyard, a place where potentially an army was destroyed and shattered into pieces, and the coral retained the shape of those debris. New research shows that Christian, Jewish, and Islamic sources for a long time have identified the real Mount Sinai as being the highest mountain near an area of Saudi Arabia called Al-Bad today. And if you go to Al-Bad today, the highest mountain is the Jebel al-Lawz mountain range, and specifically a peak named Jebel Makla, which means burned mountain. The reason it's called burned mountain is because it has a blackened top that makes it very distinct, and you can see it from far away. And so that leads people to see it and question, is this evidence of God descending upon the mountain in the form of a fire like the Bible says? The locals refer to this mountain as the Mountain of Moses. And they will tell you how generations after generations have known that this was the real Mount Sinai. In front of this mountain, just like the Bible says, you can see a collection of rocks that have inscriptions of people worshiping bulls. And the local tradition is that this is the golden calf worship site, to the point where locals will even suspect you of searching for gold if you go there. So we know from the book of Exodus that God tells Moses to set up an altar of uncut stone without steps at the foot of the mountain, and next to that altar to set up 12 pillars to represent the 12 tribes of Israel. When you go to the foot of this candidate for Mount Sinai, known as the Mountain of Moses, you come across an ancient altar where you could see where the animals would have been lined up for sacrifice. It is made of uncut stone and it has no steps. And next to it are the remains of about 12 marble pillars. One of the biggest miracles of the Exodus story that many people would find hard to believe is the story that God told Moses to go up to a rock and strike it with his rod so that water could pour forth and his people could have water to drink from who were dying of thirst. Amazingly, along this route to the possible Mount Sinai, you come across a gigantic split rock on top of a 100-foot hill, and the rock itself is between 40 and 60 feet high. When you climb it, you look like an ant next to it, and down the split in the middle and the rock below, it's smooth. The adjacent areas are all rough with different types of rocks. It's very bumpy. But then in this area, it looks like water poured forth from that rock, from the split, coming down the hill onto the ground below. And the local Bedouins, who have been told to keep people out and will actually confront you if you go there, will say that this is referred to by them as the split rock of Moses. At one point in my life, I thought that as human knowledge developed and as science developed, we would move further from the biblical account, that those would look more and more like myth. Now I see that it's looking more and more like an accurate historical account.
Thanks again to our good friend Ryan Morrow. He is doing great work. Well, coming up after the break, more incredible biblical history. We head to the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. for an up-close look at rare ancient artifacts from one of history's most infamous rulers. Who was it? Find out after the break.
Mount Sinai. At age 40, Moses killed the Egyptian and was forced to flee for his life. Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the back of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. Older maps will reveal that Midian is in northwest Saudi Arabia. This is where we should find the mountain of God today. Moses was tending sheep when he encountered a mysterious burning bush that was not being consumed. The Lord said to Moses, "When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain." Paul, in the New Testament, told us the location of Mount Sinai in Arabia. Josephus told us Mount Sinai is the highest of mountains in the region of the city of Midian. This is our destination, the real Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia, and is named today Jebel al-Lawz. Herschel Shanks, editor of the Biblical Archaeology Review, stated, "Jebel al-Lawz is the most likely site for Mount Sinai." From the Saudi shore at the Gulf of Aqaba, we first inspect the remains of the pillar that once had Hebrew inscriptions on it, but was removed by the Saudis after Ron Wyatt showed it to the authorities. Today, a Red Sea coastal survey plate marks the location of the column. Our first destination is Elim, where the children of Israel would find water to drink. Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water and 70 palm trees, so they camped there by the waters. Using Google Earth, we are able to zoom in to the location of Elim. It stands out with all the green palm trees grouped together in the canyon or wadi. On the ground, we can see the circular wells still in operation today. Of course, there are more than 70 palm trees here today, but amazingly, 12 wells are still here at Elim. The children of Israel would have been stretched out through the canyons here for a great distance, but they would have access to the drinking water at these wells. And they journeyed from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. Next, the children of Israel traveled through the wilderness of Sin and murmured against Moses. The Lord lovingly provided them with manna every day, except the Sabbath. On a detailed map next to the town of Al-Bad, or ancient Midian, we can see Mughayir Shu'aib, meaning the caves of Jethro. Here we see the name Jethro listed on the map. The facades of these caves were carved by the Nubidians in more recent times, 2,000 years ago, but the inner caves themselves date back to the time of the Exodus and Jethro, 3,500 years ago. And the Lord said to Moses, "Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock at Horeb, and you shall strike the rock, and water will come out of it, that the people may drink." Northwest of Jebel al-Lawz is the rock of Horeb that we will explore next. Standing on the crest of a hill, the singular rock stands 50 feet tall and can easily be seen from a great distance. As the people complained once again, asking for water, the Lord heard their cries, and he commanded Moses to strike the rock. Then water gushed out in abundance. The rock was split down the middle, from top to bottom by the hand of God. Erosion can be seen around the rock from millions of gallons of water flowing out into the nearby camp. He opened the rock and water flowed out. The fissure is so large, one can walk through the split in the rock. The rocks below show clear signs of water erosion. And Moses built an altar and called its name, "The Lord is my banner." Here in the encampment is a large square altar assembled with uncut stones and was built after the defeat of the Amalekites. Also in the encampment are the remains of these circular formations of stone used around the base of their tents. This is clear evidence of prior occupation at this site. Our next destination is Jebel al-Lawz, or Mount Sinai, the mountain of God. As we pan across the mountains, we see the peak of Mount Sinai that was burned by the presence of God. The blackened peak of Mount Sinai marked the location where the mountain was on fire. Mount Sinai was completely in smoke because the Lord descended upon it in fire. Its smoke ascended like the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked greatly. To the right of the peak is the location of Elijah's cave. It is extremely rare for anyone to obtain video of the mountain, since entering Saudi Arabia is very difficult, and they are guarding this mountain from those who would photograph it. Near the base of the mountain are the guardhouse and fence, which surround the area where many artifacts are located that help to authenticate the site. This Saudi sign states, "Archaeological area, warning, unlawful to trespass. Violators are subject to penalties passed by royal decree." Using Google Earth, one can zoom in and see the guardhouse and fence, which are next to the sign. In the encampment area are many inscriptions, including this wonderful image of a menorah, which is undoubtedly the oldest ever found. Also found in the encampment was this broken millstone that would have ground up the manna that was collected. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and he rose early in the morning and built an altar at the foot of the mountain, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Google Earth shows us the altar at the base of the mountain with an animal pen next to it that would have held animals to be sacrificed. Here we can see an entrance into the animal pen. The remains of pillars are in this area also. Some pillars are white in color, while others have more of a granite appearance and are very large in diameter, as we can see here. From this same area, one can look upward and see the burned and blackened peak. The rock has literally been burned from the intense heat. When Moses was on the mountain with God, a golden calf was built in the camp by a rebellious group. As Moses was descending the mountain, he saw the people dancing around the golden calf. Here we can see the encampment from the mountain and the location of the altar for the golden calf. Using Google Earth, we can zoom in on the large boulders which comprise the base of the altar. On the ground, we can see the massive large boulders and the fence erected by the Saudi authorities in an effort to preserve this site. Again, we have the government sign warning visitors to keep out. It was on top of these large boulders that the golden calf was placed. 11 of the 12 tribes, save the tribe of Levi, danced around the golden calf in rebellion to God. Panning from Mount Sinai, we peer through the fence and see amazing images that are inscribed on the rocks. Egyptian-style figures of the Egyptian god Hathor have been placed here like graffiti. The bull was placed in high esteem in Egypt, where the children of Israel had just left, so they created images that came natural to their rebellious heart. These images were inscribed here because the golden calf was resting here at the time. These inscriptions are unique to Saudi Arabia, according to a Saudi archaeologist. Mount Sinai was first discovered in 1984 by Ron Wyatt and his sons, who walked across the border into Saudi Arabia without a visa in order to document the evidence here. After seeing the mountain, he and his sons were captured and were accused of espionage. They spent 78 days in prison, awaiting execution, before they were finally released. Here, they were interviewed by CBS television. Jesus is the Lamb of God, the sacrifice offered up under the new covenant to atone for our sins.
There is a scholarly storm that rages over the accuracy of the Bible's account. Many have cast off the Bible's history until after the time of Solomon. Its history is accepted at this point because the narrative can then be verified over and over again by non-biblical sources. However, the earlier biblical histories are becoming increasingly difficult to deny outright. Many years ago, 3 Egyptian inscriptions were identified, the oldest dating from 1400 BC. From a biblical standpoint, this would be about 50 years after the exodus from Egypt, and so 6 years into the conquest of Canaan in the days of Joshua. Remember that the conquest did not immediately include city building and an organized state. The books of Joshua and Judges portray Israelites living in already built Canaanite cities, often semi-nomadically, until the time of the kings. These 3,400-year-old Egyptian hieroglyphs were found in a temple at Solub in modern-day Sudan. They're a listing of people groups in and around the land of Canaan. The term shasu is used of these different peoples. It means semi-nomadic. Remarkable mention needs to be given to the shasu of Yahweh. Despite the fierce battle over the Bible's history, it is acknowledged by all sides that these hieroglyphs clearly indicate the proper name of the God of the Hebrew Bible. This means a few things. 1, there was a semi-nomadic group of people living in Canaan, distinguishable only by their devotion to the God of the Hebrew Bible during the period of Joshua Judges. 2, this pushes scholarship in the direction that the Exodus would have occurred before 1400 BC. The Shasu of Yahweh seem to be treated differently in Egypt. Shasu groups were given a land designation. Instead, these Shasu were given a God designation. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, the Lord is one.
How long were the Israelites in Egypt? In Exodus 12:40 it says, "Now the length of time the Israelite people lived in Egypt was 430 years. And so because of this, movies like the Ten Commandments will say things like this.
That's a hard dance you do, old man. We've been dancing it for 400 years.
400 years we have waited.
400 years in bondage, and today he won't move.
After 400 years of slavery.
And experts on the topic will say things like this.
The Israelites were there 430 years. We have the record in the Bible that tells about the Israelites going into Egypt and living there for 430 years.
But if you do the math, you'll find that this is not mathematically possible. You see, Moses was 80 years old when they left Egypt. His father Amram lived to 137. His father Kohath lived to 133. And Kohath was one of the 66 persons who went with Jacob down into Egypt. Now let's just stretch this out as much as we possibly can. Let's assume that Kohath was a newborn baby when he arrived in Egypt. Let's assume that Amram was born the year that his father died, and let's assume that Moses was born the year that his father died. So take 133 plus 137 plus 80, and that equals 350, which means that the amount of time the Israelites were in Egypt could have been no longer than 350 years maximum. Now, more than likely, Kohath was probably not a newborn baby when he arrived in Egypt. More than likely, Moses was not born the year that his father died, and more than likely, Amram was not born the year that his father died, which means that the amount of time the Israelites were in Egypt would have been significantly less than 350 years. So why does Exodus 12:40 say the Israelites were in Egypt for 430 years when this is not mathematically possible? The key is found in one of Paul's letters. In Galatians 3:16 and 17, Paul says, "Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. And this I say, that the law, which was 430 years later, cannot annul the covenant that was confirmed before by God in Christ." Basically, Paul is saying that from the time that Abraham received the promise to the time that Moses received the law, there was 430 years. Well, Abraham received the promise when he entered Canaan when he was 75 years old. Then, 25 years later, when Abraham was 100 years old, that's when Isaac was born. Then, 60 years later, when Isaac was 60 years old, that's when Jacob was born. Then, 130 years later, when Jacob was 130 years old, that's when all of Israel arrived in Egypt. So take 25 plus 60 plus 130, and that equals 215, which means that there was 215 years from the time that Abraham entered Canaan to the time that all of Israel arrived in Egypt. Now, Moses received the law the same time that they left Egypt, because remember, the Israelites were living in Goshen, and then Moses led them out of Goshen, brought them through the wilderness, and brought them to the sea. And then God split the waters of the sea in half and brought them into Midian, which is in Arabia, then brought them to Mount Sinai, which is where Moses received the law. And so Moses received the law the same time they left Egypt. So Paul is saying that there was 430 years from this point to this point, and according to the Old Testament, there's 215 years from this point to this point. So take 430 years and then subtract 215 years, and that equals 215, which means that the amount of time that the Israelites were in Egypt was 215 years. 215 in Egypt, 215 in Canaan, 430 total. Now that is mathematically possible, because 215 is significantly less than 350. And that's exactly what the Greek Septuagint says in Exodus 12:40. It says, "And the sojourning of the children of Israel while they sojourn in the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan was 430 years. The Samaritan Pentateuch says the same thing. It says, "Now the sojourning of the children of Israel and of their fathers, which they had dwelt in the land of Canaan and in Egypt, was 430 years. Flavius Josephus says they left Egypt 430 years after our forefather Abraham came into Canaan, but 215 years only after Jacob removed into Egypt. Flavius Josephus is saying the exact same thing. He's saying they left Egypt 430 years since our forefather Abraham came into Canaan, but 215 years only since Jacob removed into Egypt. Flavius Josephus is saying the exact same thing. So why do modern translations say that the Israelites were in Egypt for 430 years when this is not mathematically possible? The reason why is because modern translations like the New King James, the NIV, the NASB, these are all translated from the Hebrew Masoretic text. But the Hebrew Masoretic text is not the original Hebrew text. The copy of the Masoretic text that most modern translations are translated from is called the Leningrad Codex, which was copied in the 11th century AD. But the Greek Septuagint was translated more than 1,000 years before that in 250 BC, which means that the Greek Septuagint would not have been translated from the Hebrew Masoretic, but rather it would have been translated from a much older copy of the Hebrew that's no longer around today. The Samaritan Pentateuch also predates the Masoretic text and would also have been translated from a much older copy of the Hebrew. Flavius Josephus was a 1st century Jewish historian. He lived long before the Masoretic text was copied. And Josephus had access to ancient Hebrew texts that have since been lost or destroyed. Paul the Apostle lived long before the Masoretic text was copied, and Paul knew Hebrew. In Acts 26, when Paul talks about his encounter with Jesus on the road to Damascus, he says that Jesus spoke to him in the Hebrew language, and Paul understood him. Paul knew Hebrew, and so Paul would also have studied from a much older copy of the Hebrew. And what Paul says in Galatians 3:16 and 17 is consistent with the Greek Septuagint, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and the writings of Flavius Josephus. Now the Bible says, by the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word shall be established. Well, we've got more than 2 or 3 witnesses here. We've got 4 witnesses all bearing witness that the original Hebrew text said that the Israelites will be in Egypt and Canaan for 430 years. But more than 1,000 years later, when the Hebrew Masoretic text was copied, the phrase "and Canaan" was dropped out of the text, and all of our Bibles are translated from this corrupted copy of the Hebrew. The New King James, the Old King James, the NIV, the NASB, the ESV. If you go to BibleGateway.com, you'll find there's 50 English translations of the Bible on this website, and every single one of them say that the Israelites were in Egypt for 430 years, which is incorrect and mathematically impossible. Every single one of these translations are inconsistent with the original Hebrew because they're all translated from the Hebrew Masoretic, and according to these 4 witnesses, the Masoretic text copied it incorrectly. As a matter of fact, these ages of Moses and his father and grandfather are recorded in the Masoretic text, and yet they only add up to 350 years maximum. So in that sense, there's even a 5th witness. The Masoretic bears witness against itself. And so the amount of time the Israelites were in Egypt was only 215 years. But the years of slavery was even less than that, because the Israelites did not become slaves until after Joseph and all that generation died, and then a new king arose who did not know Joseph. Well, Joseph was 30 years old when he entered Pharaoh's service. Then shortly after there were 7 years of abundance and then 7 years of famine. So it would appear that after the 7 years of abundance, Joseph would have been 37 years old. Then 2 years into the famine, when he was 39, that's when all of Israel arrived in Egypt. So based on the information given, it appears as if Joseph was 39 years old at the beginning of that 215 years. Then Joseph died at 110. So take 110 and subtract 39, and that equals 71, which means that for 71 years, the Israelites were in Egypt under Joseph's rule, and they were not slaves during those 71 years. So take the 215 years that the Israelites were in Egypt, subtract the 71 years that Joseph was in power, and that equals 144, which means that the Israelites were not slaves for any longer than 144 years maximum. Now Moses was 80 years old when they left Egypt, and they were already in slavery when Moses was born, which means that they could not have been slaves for any less than 80 years minimum. So take the 215 years that the Israelites were in Egypt, subtract the 71 years that Joseph was in power, subtract the 80 years of Moses' life, and that equals 64, which means that there were 64 years in between Joseph's death and Moses' birth. The Israelites became slaves sometime after Joseph died and sometime before Moses was born, sometime within that 64-year time period. Now let's just assume that the Israelites became slaves at exactly the midpoint in between Joseph's death and Moses' birth. That would be 32 years after Joseph died and 32 years before Moses was born. If this is the case, then that would mean that the Israelites were slaves for 112 years. And so the amount of time the Israelites were in slavery was probably about 112 years or so. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but definitely no more than a maximum of 144 and definitely no less than 80 years minimum. Whatever the case, the Israelites were definitely not slaves for nearly as long as the movies make it sound when they say,
400 years in bondage, and today he won't move.
The Israelites were not slaves for 400 years. They were only slaves for about 112 years or so, plus or minus 32 years. You see, when you take the prophecy in Genesis and you match that up with the timeline in Exodus, then you're able to understand how these puzzle pieces fit together. But the main thing that causes people to misinterpret this prophecy in Genesis is the Hebrew Masoretic text has dropped the phrase "and Canaan" out of the text. This is the main thing that causes people to believe that the Israelites were in Egypt for 430 years. But the truth is, they were in Egypt for only half that time, for 215 years. According to the documentary Patterns of Evidence, The Exodus, the Israelites' arrival in Egypt was around 1665 BC, and the Exodus took place at about 1450 BC. This means that the Israelites were in Egypt for 215 years. This is the only thing that the archaeological evidence supports. The evidence does not support 430 years in Egypt. This is the reason why it's important to understand biblical history correctly first, in order to correctly understand how it correlates with Egyptian history and archaeology.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Lord, you never gave up. Lord, you never gave up on us. You never gave up. Lord, you were always there. And you're here right now, still loving me. All the while you always care, yeah. And I can't thank you enough for always being there.
Getting lost in your presence as if it were a maze. Oh God, allow me to build my home in your praise, Lord. Eat of your flesh, live off your body for days. Man can't live off bread alone. It's the word of God we crave. To glean in your fields and in your grass I will graze. You bring me through still waters and speak peace to the waves. Restore souls with life and left death in the grave. Lead me in your righteousness and I will follow in your ways. See the glory of
When I was weak, you were my voice when I couldn't speak. You were my eyes when I couldn't see. You saw the best there was in me. You lifted me up when I couldn't reach. You gave me faith that you believe. I'm everything I am because you love me. You gave me wings to make me fly. You touched my hand, I can touch the sky. I lost my faith, you gave it back.
It's one of the most famous tales of the Old Testament. The Fall of Jericho. It is the story of the incredible first battle fought by Joshua and the Israelites.
They're taking no prisoners, they would clear the land by exterminating the army, and then turning on the civilian population and exterminating it.
The Fall of Jericho is the moment when the Israelites first conquer God's promised land. But for many, this story is simply too extraordinary. It may even be a complete fiction.
Jericho really begins to put doubt in people's minds as to whether this biblical narrative hangs together historically as it is told.
And yet for others, the Bible's version of events is based on a kernel of truth.
Stories in the Bible don't come from nowhere. They're picking up real folk traditions, weaving them together into a story in the dim and distant past.
And for one man, the archaeological evidence matches the biblical account word for word.
To my mind, it certainly shows not only accuracy, but even an eyewitness account.
For archaeologist Bryant Wood, scattered among the ancient ruins of Jericho is evidence that backs up one of the most incredible stories in the Bible: the Fall of Jericho. The pottery of the ancient land of Canaan.
Pottery is a very important thing in archaeology, particularly when you're working in the area of ancient Palestine, because we have few written documents that are found there. So we depend upon pottery to provide our dating for the material that we're excavating.
Wood's expertise takes him to the heart of one of the greatest stories in the Bible. Joshua's attack on Canaan and the fall of Jericho.
The story of Jericho comes at the end of what people generally think of as the Exodus. The Israelites leave Egypt and, as is famous, spend 40 years wandering in the desert. Then go across the Jordan and, as their first act, siege the city of Jericho.
The only written record of the Battle of Jericho is in the book of Joshua. As the successor to Moses, it's Joshua's mission to lead the Israelites into the Promised Land.
It is Joshua's responsibility to fight the battles necessary to take possession of this land that the text says has been promised to them by their God Yahweh.
His first campaign is to conquer the Canaanite stronghold of Jericho. Wood soon discovers that the story has all the elements of a Hollywood movie. Two Israelite spies whose mission is to infiltrate the enemy city. Rahab, the prostitute with a heart of gold, who helps Joshua's secret agents sneak into Jericho. To get into Canaan, Joshua has to cross the mighty river Jordan. A miracle parts the waters. Joshua then lays siege to the fortified city. On the seventh day, the sound of trumpets and a chorus of shouting bring its walls tumbling down. The Israelites storm the city, slaughter its people, and burn Jericho to the ground. It's an incredible story, but is there any truth to it? The ancient city of Jericho is one of the oldest inhabited cities in the world. It lies 22 kilometers east of Jerusalem and 10 kilometers west of the Jordan River. A large gushing spring and the fertile plain around it earned it the nickname, the City of Palm Trees. But today, it's known as Tel es-Sultan.
Jericho has been excavated by a number of different archaeological teams. And we have evidence not just for one Jericho, but actually for multiple Jerichos, one city built on top of another. Now, that's where the debate and the problem comes in. Because the simple question is, which of the many Jerichos that exist is the one that Joshua might have captured?
The Bible's own chronology says when Jericho fell. In 1406 BC. So if the story is true, there should be evidence of destruction from the 1400s, the Late Bronze Age. In the 1930s, British archaeologist John Garstang finds a network of collapsed walls. They seem to have fallen in a dramatic fashion. Garstang analyzes the Canaanite pottery. It's from the period experts call the Late Bronze Age.
Garstang, who said that, he had late bronze material and the destruction happened around 1400 BC, which happens to be the biblical dating of the account in the book of Joshua about the destruction of Jericho.
That means the walls were destroyed around 1400 BC. That's exactly the time frame of the Battle of Jericho in the Bible. Garstang's evidence supports the Bible's story. But 20 years pass, and everything changes. The Jewish state of Israel is founded, inspiring fresh archaeological digs. In the 1950s, a new excavation begins at Tel es-Sultan. The lead archaeologist is Kathleen Kenyon, a colleague of Garstang's. Everyone expects her to confirm his results. Instead, she flatly contradicts Garstang.
Kenyon, she came along in the 1950s. She said, well, no, Garstang's wrong. There was nobody living there at that time.
She dates the Canaanite pottery to the Middle Bronze Age, 1550 BC, 150 years earlier. Joshua wasn't even born then. It means Garstang was wrong. It means the Bible is wrong.
So if you go with Kenyon's dating, then that city that's destroyed at Jericho cannot have been destroyed by Joshua. Jericho is empty at that time. There is no city for Joshua to capture, meaning the story didn't happen.
For more than 3,000 years, the Bible's story of the fall of Jericho was accepted as history. Now, in the space of a few years, it becomes a fiction.
In the early days, the majority view was that that was a historical battle, and that has changed over time into where today the majority view would be that it's legendary.
And Wood discovers that the damage to the Bible is even worse. There's no possibility that the Bible got its chronology wrong by 150 years. As a result, scholars are questioning the whole of Joshua's conquest.
The book of Joshua talks about a blitzkrieg war. The Israelites came in and they conquered Jericho, Jerusalem, Megiddo, and Hatzor, all of those. If the battle at Jericho did not take place the way that the Bible says it did, then why should we believe the account for the capture of any of the other cities? Kenyon's discoveries at Jericho have called the whole biblical account into question.
(1983), Toronto University. Bryant Wood, at last, completes his PhD thesis. He's only too aware that most scholars no longer believe the Bible's story of the fall of Jericho. But Wood is now himself an expert in the Canaanite pottery of the Late Bronze Age, the very period when the Bible says Jericho was conquered.
The subject of my thesis was Late Bronze Age pottery. In the course of my studies, I was collecting the Late Bronze Age pottery that had been excavated by various expeditions. And I came across the site of Jericho.
Wood decides to re-examine the pottery reports of Jericho. He wants to check if Garstang and Kenyon dated the pottery shards correctly. But the pottery proves difficult to locate.
I realized that a lot of his pottery remained unpublished and that he had given it to various institutions that had supported his excavation.
Unlike other archaeologists, Wood decides to track down every pottery shard. It's the start of an incredible journey of discovery.
So I traveled all over England, Scotland, Wales, some instances, other countries such as going to the Rockefeller Museum in Israel. When I went to the Louvre, they pulled out boxes, I swear, that had not been looked in since Garstang sent it there.
Wood meticulously documents each piece.
Archaeology is not only work out in the field excavating a site, sometimes you have to excavate a museum basement.
I'd meet him someplace in France or England or someplace, and we'd have a nice vacation. Really, he wanted to go to the libraries and things like that.
So I guess that's just my nature, that I'll go to great lengths to be thorough in my research and my analysis. Even though it was a costly adventure, but it was well worth it.
After months of checking, Wood makes a startling discovery. Kenyon had been selective in her examination of pottery.
She never analyzed her local Canaanite pottery that she found in that destruction debris. She was basing it solely on the absence of imported pottery.
That makes Wood doubt the reliability of Kenyon's dating of Jericho. He then checks Garstang's pottery. To his amazement, his original assessment was spot on.
When I looked at the Jericho material, I saw pottery that was very definitely late Bronze Age. And when I looked at it, I could see, wow, this is late Bronze 1.
Pottery doesn't lie. In Wood's expert opinion, the shards of Canaanite pottery are clear. They put the destruction of Jericho at precisely 1400 BC, the time of Joshua.
Kenyon said there was no city or town or habitation during this time period. It's the 15th century BC. She said it was abandoned. Well, this is strange. Here's pottery that's clearly 15th century in date.
It all means that the fall of Jericho did happen at the time of Joshua, just as the Bible claims. But did it happen exactly as the Bible says it did? What about Joshua's miraculous crossing into the Promised Land? The story of Rahab and the spies, the trumpets, and the tumbling walls of Jericho. The land of Canaan, 1406 BC. Two Israelite spies are on a mission to evaluate the terrain and to assess the defenses of Jericho. That's how the story of the fall of Jericho begins. Wood knows archaeology can't prove Joshua sends spies into Jericho. But the strategy seems correct on military grounds.
Joshua is not only a great military strategist and tactician, he's probably one of the greatest generals of antiquity. His first tactical requirement is, of course, to gather as much information as he can about the enemy. If the account of Joshua is a fraud, then it was written by someone who really understood the nature of combat.
Once inside Jericho's city walls, the spies make their way to a brothel and meet Rahab, the prostitute. When the king of Jericho discovers that spies have entered his city, she hides them under sheaths of flax, drying on the roof. Biblical archaeologists would regard the truth of the Rahab episode as futile speculation. But Wood finds that experts on military strategy have no such qualms.
Well, like all good agents, they are looking for a place to gather information. Where would you go inside any city, even today, where strangers would not be recognized, where there's a lot of loose talk, and where all kinds of people at all kinds of social levels interact? The answer is a whorehouse.
So the spies sneak out of Jericho. They complete their mission by going back to Joshua. Joshua begins to make preparations for invading, but he's got a bit of a problem because they have to cross the River Jordan before they can get to Jericho.
The crossing of the Jordan is one of the great miracles of the Bible. It's springtime, when the snow melt swells the rivers. Joshua and his army can't cross into Canaan.
And just like at the Red Sea, that God comes through at just the right moment to allow the Israelites to cross, God will again come through at just the right moment for Joshua and the people of Israel at the Jordan River.
As a scientist, Wood wonders if there's a natural explanation for the miracle, such as an earthquake. He discovers that the Jordan River lies on the edge of a tectonic plate that runs all the way down to the Rift Valley in Africa.
The Middle East is a major fault line, and this is a site of breakage where the crust of the earth breaks occasionally, and this is manifested in earthquakes.
Wood finds records that show in 1927 an earthquake dammed up the River Jordan. For 20 hours, the waters cease to flow.
An earthquake can dam a river if a large landslide falls inside it. And we have evidence and written reports about such events in the past. It is very likely that an earthquake facilitated the crossing of the Jordan by the Israelites. A rockfall or a landslide made it possible to cross easily.
But Wood finds that military experts disagree with the earthquake idea.
Such an idea is not even really worth considering, because it essentially means that the tempo and timing of Joshua's attack depends on the next earthquake. It just defies logic that a man who would reconnoiter his objective would not reconnoiter the river in order to find out, where the crossing points were. A very simple way of crossing a swift river or stream was, of course, to break the speed of the current. The most common way is to simply put something upstream that takes the force of the current. Porus, when he fought against Alexander, used elephants to do it. And the American wagon trains crossing the American continent did it by putting their wagons or their livestock upstream.
Theories about the crossing of the Jordan are speculative. But for Wood, they do show it was possible.
Depending on how you view that event, a miracle or a natural catastrophe, whatever, it could certainly happen just as it's described in the Bible.
Wood is satisfied that the date and start of the Joshua story is historically possible. The real challenge for Wood is Joshua's attack on Jericho itself. Can his expertise in archaeology prove the details of the story? The siege. The walls tumbling down. And the fall of Jericho itself. The Bible says the siege took place in the spring, just after the harvest.
Now, when the spies went in to Jericho and they went to Rahab's house, she hid them under the flax on her roof. Well, the flax was up there because it was drying, and that's another indicator that it was just after the harvest.
That's an unusually precise detail for a story set 3,500 years ago. Wood wants to see whether archaeology can confirm the season and duration of the siege. He sifts through the excavation reports of Garstang and Kenyon. He's looking for any clues they may have overlooked. He's intrigued by one of their discoveries. They found rooms with large storage jars. The jars were full of grain, untouched for thousands of years. Garstang and Kenyon had paid little attention to the grain. But to Wood, it's evidence that the siege occurred soon after the spring harvest, just as the story says.
It's obvious that this grain had just been harvested because the jars were full. They had not used this grain yet. And that again agrees with the Bible.
Wood could not only confirm the season, but also the duration of the siege. In theory, Jericho could have held out for months, years even.
Now we know at Jericho that there is a spring that runs all year round, and if they still had access to that spring, they had then plentiful water. We're also told in the biblical account that the harvest had just taken place. So there should have been a lot of food there.
But the Bible is quite specific about the length of the siege. It says it only lasted 7 days. That's another very precise detail. And it's also confirmed by the jars of grain.
It was not consumed. The jars were full. And so the siege of the city was very short. The Bible tells us exactly how long. It was 7 days. So the jars of grain correlate very nicely with what we read in the Bible.
The pottery confirms the dating of the Bible story. And the grain backs the timing of the attack. But can Wood explain the collapse of the walls? and the destruction of the city. Once they cross the Jordan, there's no turning back. The die is cast. Joshua leads his army towards Jericho. The city closes its gates, and its population is sealed in. Confronting Joshua are the walls of Jericho, tall and impregnable, or so they seemed. The Bible says Joshua marched his priests, the Ark of the Covenant, and the whole army once around the city every day, for 6 days. On the 7th, they march around the city 7 times. And on the 7th lap, the shouts of the Israelites and sounds of the trumpets create a deafening noise.
And the text tells us that it's in that very moment that these massive walls of Jericho come tumbling down, such that the army can go straight up into the city, and they kill every man, woman, beast, and child they can find. It is presented as complete and total annihilation.
The tumbling walls of Jericho is the most famous moment in the story. Wood decides it's time to see the evidence for himself. September 1997. It's a 2-hour drive from Tel Aviv Airport to Jericho. For Wood, it's an opportunity of a lifetime to examine firsthand the results of previous excavations. Everywhere around him, he sees evidence of fallen walls. No one's ever denied that the walls of Jericho collapsed in ancient times.
We have to remember that this is not the only time that the walls of Jericho came tumbling down. They seem to have done it with some frequency.
The real question is whether they collapsed at the time of Joshua's attack. The Bible says yes, it was a miracle. Wood wonders if there might also be a natural explanation. Jericho is very close to the River Jordan fault line. Closer than San Francisco is to the San Andreas Fault. An earthquake is a very distinct possibility.
Both the Garstang and Kenyon found evidence of earthquake activity. And so it could have been another earthquake that brought the walls down.
But military experts don't believe that an earthquake makes any sense.
Would be a dumb commander that would somehow think that will delay the invasion or the attack on Jericho until the next earthquake. It's silly to attribute something to an event which is more easily explained by other, more simple and provable causes. The destruction of the walls of Jericho has nothing to do with an earthquake. It's easily explainable in military terms.
For Gabriel, the success of Joshua's attack can be explained entirely by his military genius. The Bible says the spies inside Jericho instruct Rahab to tie a red cord to her outside window. Ostensibly, it is to let the invading Israelites know where Rahab is.
The entire army is told to leave her and her family be. All the while they go about destroying, as one might say, everything that moves. So in the midst of this battle, this red cord symbolizes the presence of Rahab and her family, who they are meant to spare for her kindness to the spies earlier.
But Gabriel doesn't buy the traditional explanation.
The crimson cord is hung on the window on the outside of the wall, which means, of course, it could not be seen from inside the wall. Now that raises the question, if it wasn't to warn the Israelites about where Rahab lived, what was the purpose of the crimson cord hanging from her window on the outside of the wall?
Gabriel believes the crimson cord was part of a plan to launch a surprise attack.
The purpose of that cord is to identify the point of access for Israeli small special operation teams over 7 days to gradually put men up that rope into that apartment until they have a force inside that can be used for a surprise attack.
By the 7th day, 30 to 40 Israelite soldiers could have smuggled their way into the city, waiting for the signal to strike.
Then one day, the army forms again. And then suddenly, boom, there's a blustering of noise where there had been silence, and drums, there's the blowing of the shofar. The attack is coming. And while everyone is looking over the top, the special ops guys emerge inside the city, rush to the gate, overpower the guards, throw open the gates to the army. As the Bible said, every man went straight up to the city gate. And the walls came tumbling down. That is to say that they were overtaken by a rapid combined assault.
Dr. Bryant Wood doesn't doubt that Joshua was a military genius. But he can't accept the tumbling walls of Jericho is just a figure of speech. Rather than speculate about military tactics, he wonders if archaeology has the evidence. He goes back to the Bible. He's looking for evidence that the story is an eyewitness account. He comes across another unusual detail. The Bible says the house of Rahab the prostitute was spared in the attack. Wood wonders if any archaeologists have ever found evidence of a wall that did not collapse. In 1907, a German team dug on the north side of the city wall. What they found has been gathering dust for more than a century. But for Wood, it proves to be pay dirt. The German team found that a mud brick wall was still standing 3,500 years later. It's just the kind of detail that makes Wood think the Bible is an eyewitness account. Was it Rahab's wall? At the bottom of the wall, they found remains of a domestic dwelling.
On the earthen embankment, there were many buildings, one of which could have been Rahab's house, because there were some buildings built right against the lower city wall.
So far, Wood finds an explanation for almost every detail in the Bible's story. From the planning and timing of the invasion, to the tumbling walls themselves. But can Wood account for the story's blood-curdling climax? After Joshua's army invade Jericho, they kill all its people. But they don't stop there.
The Bible tells us that after the Israelites entered the city, that they set it on fire. And that's as much as we're told. It was a massive destruction.
The devastation is total. Well, almost. The Bible says the Israelites don't actually plunder the grain for their own use. They leave it behind.
When you look at the biblical account, we have a chronology there of events. We have the Israelites attacking, we have the wall collapsing, the Israelites go up into the city, they attack the city. They don't plunder it, but they burn it as an offering to the Lord.
For wood, the Bible account is plausible if the archaeology proves the sequence exactly as the Bible has it. No one disputes that the walls of Jericho collapsed. The question is whether it was followed by a massive fire. He combs Kathleen Kenyon's archaeological reports for clues of a cataclysmic fire. Wood knows that Kenyon gave the fall of Jericho an earlier date. But in a documentary, she did at least acknowledge that the city had indeed suffered a violent inferno.
There is no doubt, though, about the disaster which finally overtook them. This red and white streak is the remains of tremendous fire. It was so fierce that the 10-foot thick walls were burnt through and through.
What has been found here in the southeast sector there, very violent fire, about 1 meter thick of burned debris and ash and so on. It's quite clear that it was a very massive destruction, and evidently throughout the whole town.
So there was a fire. But did it come before or after the walls collapsed? Wood examines Kenyon's reports, and he finds evidence that first the walls collapsed, and then the city met its fiery end.
That's exactly the sequence we have in the Bible. The walls fell down, the Israelites charged up into the city, and then they set it on fire. And she reports that is what she observed from the archaeology. Earthquake, then fire.
For Wood, there's only one piece of the jigsaw to fit in. Joshua's decision not to plunder the grain. How on earth can Wood prove this extraordinarily precise piece of detail? Suddenly, Wood remembers the storage jars. They were evidence of the season and duration of the siege. But clearly, they're also evidence that Jericho was not plundered, just as the Bible claims.
The fact that it was left there to be burned in the destruction is very unusual and very rare, and we just don't find that in other sites that have been excavated. So when you look at all of this evidence, you compare it to the narrative, we see very detailed correlation there. And to my mind, it certainly shows not only accuracy, but even eyewitness account recorded at the time that it happened.
Israel, 1995. Bryant Wood is on his next dig and enjoying the fruits of his decision 30 years earlier to take up archaeology. Aided by geology and military strategy, he has overturned 40 years of skepticism towards the story of the fall of Jericho. What a difference a shard of pottery and a grain of wheat can make. But that same year, grain from Jericho is subjected for the first time to radiocarbon dating techniques. In theory, a C14 test is more accurate than pottery. The test results come as a nasty surprise to Wood that could undo all his good work. The grains are dated to 1550 BC, plus or minus 110 years. That's a full 100 years before the time of Joshua.
The grain at Jericho has been dated, and it gives a date that's closer to Kenyon's dating. And scholars say, Kenyon was right after all, Garstang was wrong, and Wood is wrong, and anybody who thinks that it was destroyed at the biblical time period, 1406, they're wrong.
But Wood is not disturbed. Along with many others, he doesn't consider carbon dating is always as reliable as archaeology. A number of carbon-14 results about the second millennium BC have been found to be unreliable.
Well, wouldn't it make more sense, since we have such an incredible correlation between the biblical account of the Battle of Jericho and the archaeology that was found, that maybe Kenyon got her chronology a little bit off, and that should be adjusted, as Garstang said that it should be, as Dr. Bryant Wood says that it should be?
For Wood, the problem lies less with the reliability of archaeology versus carbon dating than with the attitude of the mind.
We've been talking about Jericho. A lot of scholars already have their mind made up that these early chapters of Joshua and earlier books are not historical. And so they don't bother looking for possible correlations. But a person like myself, I have a high regard for the Bible, and so I'm willing to spend the time and energy looking for correlations, and there are plenty.
The Great Battle of Jericho may have been fought 3,500 years ago, but it is not over yet. Today, it is fought over among the academics. But Bryant Wood is steadfast that the archaeological evidence matches the biblical account of the city's destruction.
As far as I know, there's no archaeological find that contradicts what the Bible says. The only problem is how people interpret the archaeological finds.
To this date, less than 50% of Tel Sultan has been excavated. Future digs could well unearth the definitive truth behind the destruction of the ancient city of Jericho.
Many people have been led to believe that, although the Bible is full of interesting stories, its history is mythological and made up, with no archaeological support. This series is dedicated to those who need help dislodging that dubious claim. Here we have the Tel Dan stele. Now this is a victory stele by an Aramaean king, most likely Hazael, celebrating the death and defeat of both a king of Israel and a king of Judah. What's interesting is that the king of Judah is referred to as being from the house of David. And on line 6, it can be restored to read, I killed or defeated Jehoram, son of Ahab, king of Israel. And on line 7, it says, I killed Ahaziah, son of Joram, king of the house of David. Now what's interesting about that is in 2 Kings chapter 9, we read a story about how both King Jehoram and Ahaziah both died in battle at the same time. The Old Testament says that Jehu killed these men, but this Aramaean king has attributed their deaths to himself, which, in actuality, is not an unusual thing in the ancient Near East. According to Dr. Kenneth Kitchen, kings in the Near East would take credit for the death of their rivals, even if their death was not literally done by their own hands. But what's more important than establishing a connection between Hazael and Ahaziah and Jehoram is that prior to the discovery of this stele, there were only a handful of ancient references to Israel and no ancient references outside of the Bible to King David. And many critics would assert that King David was a mythological figure and that he did not ever actually exist. But as we see on line 7, it says, "And I killed Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of the house of David," which is a non-biblical reference to the person of King David. I hope this was interesting and encouraging to you. But remember, the question is not, can we prove everything in the Bible? The question rather should be, where there is archaeological evidence, does it in fact support biblical witness or not? Thank you for watching.
The Tel Dan stela is evidence that King David really lived. The find was greeted with elation and tremendous interest, but not by everyone.
There were those who were skeptical, especially several scholars whose job it is to be skeptical after all.
Some suggested the inscription was mistranslated, that DWD was not House of David, but rather DOD, which in Hebrew translates as beloved. But that criticism was easily dismissed because victory stealers boast of smiting and annihilating enemies rather than loving them. But there were more allegations.
For example, there are questions of, is it possible that this inscription is a plant?
But the following season, 2 more fragments of the inscription were discovered, and they fit together to form one whole piece.
The fact that it was found in 3 different places over 2 seasons, the fact that 2 of the fragments are found buried deeply under hard-packed sediments, tells me that these things are certainly genuine and not planted.
The Moabite stone, also known as the Mesha stele, is one of the most important archaeological discoveries in the mid-19th century. Currently located in the Louvre Museum, the stone is a victory proclamation of King Mesha of Moab over the Israelites dating back to the 9th century BC. The significance of the stone lies in the details in the kings of Israel that are named that corroborates Old Testament history. Old Testament history from Genesis 12 through Malachi can be seen in 4 periods. First, the patriarchs from Abraham to Moses. Second are the judges that follow Joshua's conquest. Third is the kingdom period from Saul to Jerusalem's destruction by King Nebuchadnezzar. And the final period with Gentile rule under the Babylonians and Persians. All periods have direct connection with the reigning world power of its time. The Egyptians, followed by the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, then the Greek Empire that falls between the Old and New Testament time periods. The Moabite stone is dated around 830 BC, placing itself right in the middle of the northern Israel's timeline from the dividing in 931 to its fall in 722 by the Assyrians. The stone recalls that for a period of time Moab was paying tribute to northern Israel, after which Mesha revolted and claimed victory. This story is strikingly similar to the one found in 2 Kings 3 naming Mesha firsthand. So here are 7 reasons how the Moabite stone supports Old Testament history. Number 1. Mesha the sheep master. Other than accurately naming Mesha as the king of Moab during this time period, the Bible also calls him a sheep master. This might sound insignificant at first, but as you notice in lines 30 and 31 of the stone that Mesha gave himself praise for bringing the flocks to the land. These types of details let you know that the account found in the Bible was used from a first-hand source. Number 2, location, location, location. Something that is often overlooked or underappreciated is the geographical accuracy of the Bible. Critics will often call the Bible a book of myths, legends, or even fairy tales. The problem with that is that the Bible never speaks of events occurring in made-up places. They are not in Narnia or Middle-earth having battles of good and evil. Since the Bible lists these cities and areas with precision, it tells us that the events described were being recorded from a first-person perspective and not from a distant land many centuries later after the event had taken place. Another question to ask are, what are the origins of these places? Moab's origins are recorded in Genesis 19 following the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. As one recalls, Abram was accompanied by his nephew Lot until Lot chose to separate their flocks from one another and chose the eastern plain of Sodom to settle in. Following the destruction, Lot fled to the mountains with his 2 daughters, fearing that they wouldn't find husbands, so they decided to get their father drunk and both have a child with him. This isn't a pleasing story to hear about, but what it does explain are the origins of the Moabites and the Ammonites in the early 19th century BC. Number 3, the men of Gad. Why this detail is important is that it gives us validation to there being 12 tribes in the land of Canaan. After Joshua's conquest, the land was divided up amongst the 12 tribes while the Levites served as priests to each tribe and oversaw the tabernacle. Once the tribes requested for a king, they were unified for a brief period of time, with its division taking place in 931 after Solomon's death. The Mesha stele was found in the Moabite capital of Dibon. You can see Israel at the time of King Mesha was its northern border and the tribe of Gad were still living there. So the stone mentioning Gad gives validation to the history of the patriarchs and the 12 tribes. From line 10 on the stone, it explains that the men of Gad lived in the land of Adarat from ancient times. The phrase in Adarat from ancient times can be connected to Numbers chapter 32. Before the conquest, the tribes of Reuben and Gad requested to Moses to stay on the east side of the Jordan. And in verse 34 says, the children of Gad built Dibon and Adarat and Aor, which are the same on the stone. Number 4, the House of Omri. The House of Omri was the 4th dynasty to rule over northern Israel after the kingdom's division. The most famous of these kings is Ahab along with his wife Jezebel. The House of Omri ended in approximately 841 BC when Jehu wiped out the descendants of Omri. These events correspond perfectly with the date of the Moabite stone. Number 5, Moabite gods. The pagan god Ashtor is brought up early in Israel's history with the generation that came after Joshua's death. Judges 2:13 said that they forsook the Lord and served Baal and Ashtaroth. This makes sense that these gods were already present in the land, with Moab beginning about 500 years earlier following the destruction of Sodom. The pagan god Chemosh is first brought up in Numbers 21:29, which matches the same time frame for the tribe of Gad settling just to the north. The most famous mentioning of Chemosh is with King Solomon building a high place for the foreign god to please one of his many wives. The mentioning of foreign gods in the Bible helps substantiate the biblical timeline as it matches the same archaeological period that they are found in. Number 6, the House of David. This is the most famous part of the stone because with the rise of biblical criticism in the early 19th century, the idea of King David's existence was equated with that of King Arthur. The Bible says that David's house lasted till the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem, but critics held that there was no proof that David existed outside of the Bible, so the idea of the kingdom was considered fictional as well. The significance of that claim is with its connection to Jesus, as he is described as a descendant of David in his genealogies. So by claiming David was mythical, they would say Jesus was as well. Today, most liberal scholars would say David existed, but nothing more than a tribal chieftain. There is no basis for this claim other than simply denying the apparent facts that the kingdom of Israel existed in its description in the Bible. Number 7, the vessels of Yahweh. The twofold importance of this phrase lies in the acknowledgement that Yahweh worship was already present in the land, but also the vessels that were connected to his worship. The name Yahweh is first used in Genesis 2:4 with the creation of Adam and Eve. The vessels come into play after the Exodus with the building of the tabernacle. What makes this mentioning by King Mesha so important is because often liberal scholars will promote the documentary hypothesis, also known as the JEDP hypothesis. The traditional view is that the Old Testament was written from the late 15th to the late 5th century BC, while the critical view says that Moses, Yahweh worship, the Torah were invented during the 6th to 5th century BC by Jewish priests to help encourage fellow Jews while in exile. Since the Moabite stone predates the critical view, this shows that the Torah was written centuries before exile took place. Overall, the Moabite stone adds validation to the biblical accounts are historical and not contrived myth.
me.